Shit. Mr. Beast! Fuck you, Mr. Beast. I hate Mr. Beast. Bastard. Bastard. Ugh, another day, another... time where we're going to yap about a particular topic. This time it's going to be a video by Unlearning Economics. I like Unlearning Economics. There's done a lot of good videos. This big video on MMT was pretty fascinating. But yeah, I like Unlearning Economics. Alrighty. We're 2 subs away from 300. I'm gonna be King Leonidas soon, right? This is Sparta. This is Sparta. Kicks whoever the fuck in the chest. They fall down a hole. I think it was a diplomat for the Persians during that fucking scene. That's not what I want to open. This is what I wanted to open. Alright. OBS, I need you to do me a solid here, buddy. Need you to recognize the shebang shebang shabong. I don't think OBS is gonna do it. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I did build a new ship, though. I'm very proud of this design. I did a good job with this one, I have to say. It's very slick, very lean, very purposeful. Big fan of this one, I have to say. Very proud of this ship design, I have to say, folks. We did a great job. Oh dear. That's using up a lot more polishing crystals than I thought it would. I can always fix that later. It's not the end of the world. As long as we have enough to make the gems, then it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, should be fine. What was I doing? Right. Send you over to Prosephina. We got a base to build. Well, at least something to build. Okay, so how we need to get this shit off the ground is we need to make a green. You make some greenhouses with some plates and some other shit. Plates and circuits. Five module slots, crafting speed of 1. Interesting. soil sifting. Mix stone, copper. Okay. Soil leaching. What exactly would be better for us to do? Now there's a freaking Epdius. Oh no. This freaking cringe guy. Posting so much cringe, like Dabupu.
Dies of cringe.
Yeah, you make me die of cringe. Piece of iron ore and some wood. Some more wood, some stone. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. Alright. I don't have any electricity to be able to start. How much solar panel power can we get in the atmosphere? Hardly anything. Very, very little. Okay. We'll have to make a small setup from the beginning with solar panels. Not really much of a choice there. Just a little something, something. A little bit of a pick-me-up, a little something, something. Nothing too crazy. Nothing we can do about that. So go pick some more stuff up. In the meantime, because we just need some initial materials to be able to build something. Just a something. Doesn't matter what it is. We need some initial material to build something. We'll just use this patch initially. We need a bunch of iron. We need some copper. We want some burnable material as well. We're going to be using that for power. Use that on a bunch of burning towers. With some water that we're going to stick in some chemical plants. See if we can get that set up. For now, you're gonna be my landfill slut. Alright, go back, landfill slut. Yeah, that's right, Epdius. You better be sorry. You better be sorry, Buster. I like the music in this area. It's different. I like different. Okay. Make a copy of this. Make a copy of this. Alright. Let's get to work. Start some initial building. We'll just start out here, I guess. Should be good. Get the grid set up. Stick the power plant somewhere in the back. We're probably going to just do this up until the time we get our hands on rocket fuel. Because we want to burn away all the wood first. Then eventually we're going to switch over to probably rocket fuel. Make sure we produce a lot of rocket fuel. I have all this slime weed that I guess is just going to rot. It's fine because there's so much of this fucking everywhere that who cares if some just turn into spoilage. It's not the end of the world. This can't be burnt, assumably because it is quote-unquote slippery. Okay, we got all our stuff. Come to Prosephina. Like I said before, 15% solar power is better than no percent solar power. Could at least get something started. Asmongold and Kyle Klinsky. Interesting. Interesting indeed. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing could possibly go wrong, right, folks? Not at all. Do I have no efficiency modules? I wanted some efficiency modules. Oh no, we do have efficiency modules. Okay, good. Oh. No power. That fills up real fast. Jesus. I just need 2 pieces of iron, or no, 3 more pieces of iron, and like 2 pieces of copper. Then I have some kind of automation going. I just need resources at the moment. That's what I need. And can we get any copper from this shit? I just need a little bit of copper. Oh, there we go, our first piece of copper. Thank God. There you go, another piece of copper. Need some more iron though. Two copper plates. I just need 2 more pieces of iron. Just put the iron in the bag, man. Keeps giving me stone and wood. I don't want stone and wood. Another piece of copper, that was good. SMH FDS. Seems like this process also makes quite a lot of stone. I need to find a way to take care of all the stone as well. I just need me one little piece of iron. Is that too much to ask? Just one teeny tiny little piece of iron.
I just need one little piece of iron. That's all I ask.
Ask and you shall receive. Fortune does sometimes favor the bold. Lovely. Our first greenhouse. Same model as the one on Maluna, but much smaller. I think it's a 4x4 instead. No, it's a 5x5. Same size as the big mining drill. Fantastic. So this root growing. We need slime weed. We can have that feed itself back into the system. Okay, that's not too hard. Rich mineral water. We're surrounded by rich mineral water. So what we can use this for... What's this? Well, well, well. If it's Alex Roivas giving me a Mexico report instead of a crime report. I'm literally texting with my cousin right now. Apparently there are leftist grievances about what Morena is doing. She seems to be taking a centrist position about what she doesn't like about Shine Bomb. Cutting health services and medicine. Okay. Probably cutting those to fund all of her infrastructure projects. If I were to take a guess. But I don't think the leftist grievances, Alex, has any pertinence to what we covered yesterday whatsoever. Like, there are certainly grievances there for leftists. I can agree with that. But I don't think that has any pertinence to what's being covered there in particular. I still think it is specifically all about the bullshit specifically going on with the dumbass motherfucker that's currently in power there, right? I think we can agree on that. Yeah, I still think this is just a bunch of Groiper shit. I'm gonna be honest. I still think it's a bunch of Groiper shit. I think we can both agree on that. Now Boy Meets Minnie is here. That racist. But yeah, her cutting healthcare is still obviously bad. Duh. Let me see, what's the rate? Oh man. It seems like we need to make a lot of this stuff. So we're gonna need quite a bit of this shit. Mineral rich waters, not a problem. It's basically free. Just like blaming Boy Meets Minnie, basically free. That El Putio Maximo. Minnie meets Boy. I don't agree with it. So Mexico has this weird thing where they don't have a lot of taxes as it is. Uh-huh. That is definitely a little sus. I see we keep having containment breaches of wigglers, and so they get exterminated by my Tesla weaponry. These darned pentapod wigglers. A lot of taxes the government generates is from the formal economy. There's a lot of informal economy where almost everything is done under the table, so to speak. So they are moving around money instead of raising taxes. Oh, yeah, that's cringe. Dude, just forehead raise some fucking goddamn taxes on, like, billionaire dipshits. Yeah, I know that's a little forehead, but sometimes forehead is what you need to do. Sometimes you need the forehead. Boy Meets Mini understands forehead because forehead. Boy Meets Mini secretly is a forehead. We all know this. There appears to be some slight issues that we need to fix on Gleba, but mostly in terms of rocket fuel production, but that's not like the end of the world. Even though I double beacon this place, but whatever. I mean, we're still stuck here on Prosephina, so. Prosephina! Okay, so it seems like for this shit... What's the crafting time for these recipes? 5 seconds... Oh, no wonder. 20-second crafting time. How fast is this? 2 wood per second? Okay. And this is a process that basically feeds into itself. We just have to set a priority splitter. Easy peasy stuff. Okay. We get wood. We're definitely going to use the wood as our burnable material. That is for certain. So we can definitely build a pretty decent power plant. And ditch this shit relatively quickly. Okay, cool. Probably don't need anything too insane. Do we have burning towers on the Void Dragon? Yeah. Alright. Let's do this. Let's set up power on Prosephina. So in order to make water on this planet, because this shit is not normal water, it's mineral-rich water. There's a recipe here that lets us turn that water into water. Yeah, it's an interesting ratio, so we can just do 3 to 2. No efficiency modules. But we can just do a little something like this. Stick into speed modules to not have to use as many machines and pumps. So, probably do something like this. 1600 is used. That'd be 3200. So we can make it 3400. Make it a 4 to 3. And we don't have to concern ourselves with the amount of water. Water is an unlimited resource, so we don't have to care about that all that much. So the water, not a problem. We can have a fuck ton of these. And now there's a MILF. With the fucking Labubu spam. Fucking Labubu. Now, I'm not sure if do we even need... Honestly, we'll just go with that initial setup first, probably. Efficiency with the double speed. 4 pumps. Driving. Quick, everyone do not distract Sacrificial MILF with general noises. Someone grab some keys and start jingling them. I'm trying to not cause a crash. Man, the process of making a bunch of bullshit is relatively shit, I do have to say, though. Relatively doo-doo fart ass, I have to say. Very doo-doo fart ass. Lovely. Oh, fuck. Let's not go too big for the time being. This is going to be 144 megawatts. This should be more than enough for now, and if we ever need more, we can just copy paste, plop, 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 plop. And if I need another row, we can make another row, plop, 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 plop. don't do any inferences for as to what those noises mean. I will debate you in the marketplace of ideas, and I will automatically win that debate in the marketplace of ideas, and I will call you slurs. You better understand that. I will make you suffer. Did I not send down any heat exchangers? I don't think I did. Okay, I think we're gonna need more of these. These might be useful. Definitely need these. I need to go back to Hieron and drop off the telescope. Every planet gets its own telescope. Always. Oh yes, and since people are here now, let me show off my new ship that I made. New ship. New ship. Dink donk, new ship. Quick, everyone distract Sacrificial MILF with, I don't know, whatever noises Labubu makes when sending Labubu off to Pazuzu. Probably like sounds of death and destruction and torture. All things I encourage for Labubu and Dabubu. Fuck you, Labubu. Do we have no power here? The answer to that question is yes. Because there's no ice. Seems like ice is not very often produced here. So much so that I've made an interrupt for fucking getting ice. Well, hopefully this does not cause any problems for us because we currently are flying completely powerless. We have no water. And we have literally zero power because nothing can be produced with the solar panels. We need to get the fuck out of here. At this point, I'm becoming more and more convinced that this sushi setup here is actually not a very good idea, and I should have more of the setups here that I use on the Void Dragon specifically. That'll always make sure that I have a good amount of ice. And a good amount of chunks and everything in circulation consistently. But it is time for you to leave, little buddy. You are going back to Maluna. We don't need this thing for a little while, so it should be okay. You know what? I am now going to be causing the suffering of people, and no one can do anything about it. And we're out of fuel because we have no water. This is very bad. Okay, here's what we can do. It's what we call an emergency This is what we call an emergency. Now this thing will very slowly drift over because we just got caught in the whatever the fuck of the whatever the fuck. With the occasional little extra boost from the tiny bits of fuel that we can make from these dumbasses. Occasionally. Which helps a little bit. I don't know how much I should trust my cousin's opinion. Like, that stuff about the medical cuts sounds true, but how much MAGA lies? I'm like, is that just propaganda? Does it sound like it? But I've been made overly skeptical now. And she said some shitty things about poor people receiving money. Don't know enough about the politics to concern troll her. Have you ever possibly considered that you could just do a little bit of trolling anyways? Do 1100. No, because she definitely thinks she's a lefty. Yeah, but it'd be funny for me, so that's why I think you should do it, because I think it would be funny. Yeah, we have to troll women, because we hate women. Guys, it's all about just messing with women, am I right, fellas? So fucking with women, am I right, fellas? Am I right?
So fuck them women, am I right? Am I right, fellas?
Are you gonna talk shit about poor people? People love talking shit about poor people. It's all like, God, it's I don't remember if this is a concept that was covered in ContraPoints' video on envy. But the idea that all of like, maybe not like temporary fucking millionaire type shit, but the idea that a lot of people who are in poor, like, worse fucking class dispositions will very often, like, shit talk those people who are in significantly worse positions in comparison to them, to have, like, some form of, like, the feeling of, like, superiority or control for their wholeheartedly unmanageable sort of, like, situation. Did people, broadly speaking, understand what I'm talking about here? Woof, and we made it. Lovely. We made it. Like, if the choice is either SNAP or Medicare, that's a bad choice. Mexico is in, right? But that's no reason to be a chud to people on SNAP. Yeah. I mean, but I'm not sure what the state of class consciousness is in Mexico in particular, given proximity to the U.S. I assume it's probably terrible. Cultural osmosis and whatnot, of course. So I'm operating under the assumption that it's bad. I think it's, like, fairly safe to assume that it's probably, well, fucking dog shit, and people do not have solidarity with their fellow man and whatnot. I think that's, like, a safe assumption to make. I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking stupid, and cringe, and gay, and homosexual. That's entirely possible. Okay, well, so our ship is safe now. It made it. It got all of its ice, which means what we can do now is kickstart backup production. There we go. Much better. Play the interrupt. And we are good to make it back home. Wait, did I not put a beacon here? Oh, no wonder this is all euchred. There's no fucking beacon here. Well, we've talked about this concept before, sacrificial MILF, but with the Republican Party, they don't really care about causing suffering to racialized minorities, or rather, not racialized minorities, but to people who are part of the privileged racial class, if it means they can cause more suffering to the underclasses, right? Like, you know, the rather perverted and demented form of, I guess, solidarity that exists amongst, like, those of white supremacy and shit like that. Racism is a hell of a drug kind of a deal. Type shit. Alright, well, our ship is safe now. Let's get back to building. Like, how many times have you heard Vivek say he hates the newer immigrants from his own India? Yeah, it's very commonplace. It's all perverted and incredibly demented and whatnot. It's very perverse. What's this? As I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. Okay, the FBI scrubbed every mention of fucking Trump in the Epstein files. They scrubbed everything, so they're ready to release it. Because he used to be fucking pissed about this. Yeah, he's gonna fucking try to bury the lead on all this. It's nonsense. But I don't think this is gonna be effective. Because I feel like with a lot of the Republicans, especially with those who are more conspiratorially minded, they're gonna be like, okay, so why did you have to wait so long to begin with to release the fucking Epstein files? Like, why? Unless they just go full cult mode, which is more than likely going to happen. They go full cult mode and just like, see, we all knew that the demon rats were just lying the whole time. And it's just like, okay, bro, whatever. I also want Puta Judea to also make fun of all the groypers and just bully them, because that would be funny. Yeah, but it looks like Trump's trying to vice signal on the inevitable vote for the release of the fucking Epstein files. It's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. Oh, Judea. Well, I'm racist, so fuck you. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein. Are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, and their relationship to Epstein. And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they're legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big. Yeah, okay, bunny. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history is to practically nothing. Yeah, okay. Bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record, the rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal illegal aliens, ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and so much more. Now, nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if the Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. Some members of the Republican Party are being used. We can't let that happen. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America great again. And despite the fact that he was the one who brought up the fucking... he's the one... I don't know how many times that has to be said. He's the one who brought this all up to begin with. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme. I think he's, more than likely they have now found a way to try to essentially use the Epstein files to benefit only themselves politically at this point. Which is why he's now comfortable with releasing the Epstein files. Seemingly comfortable with releasing the Epstein files. It's all gonna be fucking spin shit. It's all cringe, it's all gay, it's all hypocritical. It's incredibly homosexual. Incredibly gay and fake. It's cringe fake gay news. Gay news. It's all gay. Everyone's gay. You're gay. I'm gay. What? I never said that. I'm not gay. Who said that? Clip it and ship it. Donald Trump is gay now. It's been clipped. It's been shipped. I'm a homosexual. Son of a bitch, I'm gay. Just like that son of a bitch, Boy Meets Minnie, who's also very gay. It's real and true. Trust me, he told me himself. Give me these. Oh, I should probably grab undergrounds as well. Alright, lovely. Let's build a power plant. Say, how the fuck did you run out of ammo? Hit me with, they should help people when they really need it, and I help her. Hit her with, everyone needs help. If not, they wouldn't be complaining about cuts to the medical system. That's true. Or you can just say that your cousin is fake and gay. That is also an effective rhetorical tactic. Just be like, well, fake and gay. And that's how you can really own her in the marketplace of ideas. No. I don't know, this seems like an effective strategy, Alex Roivas. If that's even your real name. If that's even your real name. You could just be like, fake and gay. That's true. Fake and gay get deported. I agree with that point, Smitty. More people should just be like fake and gay, and then say deported. Just be like, deported. You're getting deported. Sorry, I don't make the rules around here, but you're getting deported. Fake and gay deported. Plant fibers. So with slime weed, we need to make plant fibers and slime weed gel. What does slime weed bloom do? Slimeweed bloom. So we need the slimeweed bloom to make slimeweed gel. Two. That is a fuck ton of water, though. I need more landfill. is penis, 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 penis. Does everyone understand? Penis. Got it? Okay, good. There's gonna be a quiz about it. If you don't know, Boy Meets Mini will ban you, and then start schizo facing. Boy Meets Mini will become a schizo. This is when you're supposed to do the schizo, Boy Meets Mini, you bastard. Fucking Boy Meets Mini. Fucking everything up again. Son of a bitch. Oh, also, I looked at a video going over Miskiv shit because I was curious. And, it's good to see that a lot of my prescriptions of, lay XDCX individuals, ended up being correct. I'm very glad that I am correct all the time. Kind of type shit. Type shit kind of a deal, you know? It's a classic position where I am correct at all times. 2.6 megawatts is all these take up? That's not that bad, actually. Might as well hook this up to the rest of the temporary grid that we have. Well, now we need to wait for landfill again. There's not really anywhere I can... Is there any point in exploring this planet? Besides, I guess, for better rich soil deposits. This line of slime weed. So, like, again, even though we're picking up a bunch of this fucking goddamn weed, there's so much of it all over the fucking place. Who cares? It doesn't matter. If we kill, I don't know, a couple hundred of it, there's gonna be a couple 100,000 everywhere else. So, we're functionally losing nothing. Hello. I just got an idea. I was thinking, maybe I could use boats for the transporting of a lot of, rich soil. Doesn't seem half bad. I'd have to figure out how to make the barrels of fuel that they need, though. There's no petroleum-based products on this planet. Might be kind of tough, actually. But that is a nice patch of rich soil, though. 44 million. It's a good patch. Good ass patch right there. Might have been interesting. Oh, shit. I'm about to say, do I need to actually think about finding a new mine in this area? What the heck? For coal? Am I actually almost out of coal on my starting patch? This is still my starting patch of coal. I mean, it's starting to run a little dry. But god dang. Now we still have a decent amount of coal left. Even our starting copper patch still has a good amount left. That was extremely bright. Why did I do that? Jesus Christ. Is Gleba honestly the best place for me to get landfill from? It might be better if I get the shit from Novice. I mean, this shit is fucking slow. You can only put 20 fucking pieces of landfill in at a time, which is pretty fucking doo-doo fart ass. Very doo-doo fart ass. Very dookie, very terrible. Some might even say it's extremely cringe and woke and gay and liberal. But only a couple of people are saying that, you know? Many people are saying that I'm kind of cringe. But you know, they have no idea who or what I truly am. They cut money from Mexico City public transportation. If she didn't say such shitty things initially, maybe I'd believe her. Does the president of Mexico have control over municipal transportation policy within Mexico? Especially in the capital of Mexico City. Does Claudia Sheinbaum have that? Because I'm assuming Mexico City probably has a mayor. Right? No, her party does. The story only deepens. Don't ask what I'm doing with my face. I'll kill you. In a video game. I'll do it. I'll not show any mercy. Mayor's part of Morena's party. Okay. I mean, again, like, we can hem and haw constantly and talk about all the problems. There's obviously still gonna be problems and shit like that. The reality is that fucking protest that happened in Mexico City is It's a bunch of hullabaloo. It's nonsense. Like psyop fucking shit.
Maybe instead of treating the Mexicans seriously, I need to go back to calling them slurs. Just like Asmongold would. Asmongold loves calling people slurs, just like me.
Alright, lovely. This will be a pretty good starting power plant. It's 144 megawatts right here. It's pretty good. Got ourselves a patch here, not too far. Yeah, and they seem dumb as fuck because she is saying Marina is buying votes with the money they're giving away. What? Maybe you geniuses could buy votes too if you didn't threaten to cut them. Pepe mods. Okay, so can we operate under the assumption that your cousin seems to be a little bit of a conspiratorial crank? Because again, the only people that I am seeing, or I see at all, making the fucking claims that, oh, the fucking lefties that are currently in power are just buying votes and whatever. It's typically fucking complete utter cranks who say shit like that. And there's like no basis for shit like that in reality. Right? It's just a bunch of gobbledygook. Should be about 512 per second. C. 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 Do I want to merge these all on one line or keep them as 2 lines? It's a good question. Leftist grievances, cutting of public services, but then she turns around and says shit like vote buying. Yeah, that's why I'm like saying like, oh, that's weird, very suspicious type shit, you know? Because it's like, okay, like sure, yeah, like these are problems that make sense to me, but buying votes. What? What? You know, insert DMX what. Everyone starts spamming the what emote. No one starts spamming the what emote. Yeah, it just sounds like it's a bunch of gobbledygook. Like, complete gobbledygook. Okay, it's this. This is the what emote. That's that. What? It's Donkey Kong. It's Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Soy. Everyone soy point. Soy. Fuck you. I'm gonna soy. What? DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. Listen, Zane spent a hard-earned 10 minutes for all of these emojis. I will not tolerate any of your people's baseless slander against those wonderful emotes. That Zane spent 10 minutes creating. I can't believe that leftist political content creator Da Harumba is relying on unpaid interns in order to in order to make emojis for his Twitch channel. Everyone should cancel him on twitter.com/fuckyousuckmyballs.com. He also has a lot of things to say about women, where he will very often be like,
So women, am I right, fellas? Am I right, fellas? Women, women, women.
but then pretend to say that he loves women. When we all know that is nonsensical, it is a falsity being spread by the Da Harumba industrial complex, the DIC, the Dick. Why would the Dick do this? Why is there so much penis in this dick? What's going on here? We need to figure out what the fuck is going on here. Time to come up with a schizophrenic conspiracy theory. Well, well, well. If it isn't a MILF of sacrificial proportions, don't ask what that means. I will debate you in the marketplace of ideas, and you will lose that debate. You know, I kind of want to double this up, just for the sake of symmetry. Because I am a libcuck. I am a libtard. Now, do we need to double this up? No. But I want to. Okay, so once we get this power plant working, 32... that's gonna be 288 megawatts of power. The only thing that we need now is as many fucking greenhouses as possible. I don't know how many this is gonna consume, I'll be honest. Offshore pump. How much does this make? Only 10 per second it consumes? That's fucking nothing. Jesus. Well, we definitely need more than this. This is nowhere near enough. Oh, that fills up real fast. I think for the time being, we might actually just focus on making a bunch of this stuff instead. Because here's the thing, with the slime weed this shit needs... Because I just need to make some extra... I just need to make some extra fucking, I just need more greenhouses. So we're gonna do this probably a little... semi-autonomously, a little semi-automatic. So we'll just do a little bit of this. We have a fuck ton of this stuff. Boom. Look at all that rich soil. Fuck tons. these will get us our ore. So we're guaranteed to always get iron, but copper is only a 25% chance. But we always get iron. Now, luckily, because we have copper plate productivity and other shit, it's not that big of a deal. The wood... the wood will be sent to the whatever the fuck. Now, the only thing we have to do is to just make the slime weed loop back into itself consistently. That's about it. Schlimme. Can we burn slime weed? You cannot burn slime weed. The only problem with this process is that it is a little slow. Again, we'll have a whole setup for this eventually, but for now, this will have to do. We just need to make some extra. We just need to make more greenhouses for now. But yeah, look at this thing. It's basically, it's unironically the same sprite as this greenhouse. It's just half the size. I think this thing is 9 by 9 or 8 by 8. The sealed greenhouse. And this greenhouse is half that size, I think. Yeah, we'll have to manually clear this thing out every now and again. Alright, that's 2 more greenhouses. certainly have to come up with something elaborate. Oh, a new recipe we just unlocked. Lovely. Because we made a bunch of slime weed. Okay, it's not a bad amount of shit. Okay, so carbon from organic fibers. Slime weed processing. We take slime weed and we turn it into plant fibers and gel. What does that accomplish? I don't know quite yet. Slime weed bloom. So all that gel we make gets turned into this bloom. What does that do? Flower of the slime weed, not found in nature. Once we make plant fibers. Ah, I see. Lubricant. Sulfur. Rocket fuel. This will give us access to the science gas from slime weed. Rather, so this will give us access to chemical processes. Not the science pack. I was about to say, science pack. Although honestly, we are about to get access to the science pack. Convector. Well, that's going to be the shit from here. That's the planet-specific building. Okay. And if we need more slime weed, we can now grow the slime weed. Advanced slime weed farming. Make slime weed with nutrients. No, it can can the slime weed. I don't know when we'll need to can the slime weed. What's this? I don't know what to think, because it doesn't feel like to me they are trying to say co-opt Morena. No. I don't think the right's trying to co-opt Morena. I think what the right is trying to do specifically is I think they're trying to co-opt the popular sentiment that Scheinbaum has and the popular sentiment that people have for the general Gen Z protests for their own purposes to try to fuck over Claudia Sheinbaum. I think that's what they're trying to do. Which is why I keep saying it's like, yeah, this shit's a fucking it's an op. It's a complete fucking nothing burger. But yeah, like these are highly specific Morena complaints. What are the other parties gonna do? It's like complaining about Gavin Newsom isn't doing a shit about healthcare without telling me what the other party is up to. Yeah, exactly. Because I have this other cousin too that I used to talk about politics with. She's in favor of the right-wing party though. And I'm sure if I got both my cousins in the room, the right-winger and the lefty, would all be in agreement about how Scheinbaum sucks when they should be at each other's throats instead. Oh, that's... okay, so... So, like, basically the motherfuckers who are, like campists. Campists, right? They see... if it's either they see like a Democratic Party shill or whatever, or in this case a Morena Party shill or whatever, they have to be inherently against that because it is the current party that is in power. So, like, you have to be against it at any cost, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, like, fucking 3 IQ contrarianism for the sake of just being a fucking 3 IQ contrarian. It's just, like, it's contrarian bullshit for the sake of it, right? Shit like that. Yeah. I hate those kinds. Those lefties are, like, beneath me. I hate them. I despise them. Okay, so we can make petroleum gas from plant fiber, or rather, we make petroleum gas from slimeweed bloom and seaweed gel. That's how we get our petroleum. But we also need nutrients for using biochambers. But we can also use the catalytic chemical plant until we can probably use the biochambers, where we can eventually start to turn these things into probably biochambers. Slimeweed productivity, eh? Carbon fiber from slimeweed? Does that even do anything for me? What's the convector? Hey, we got a base productivity on this thing of 50%, so that's automatically A-OK in my book. And 5 module slots. I'm liking this building. Well, anything with an inherent productivity bonus of 50% is always A-OK in my book. Is there anything else that's special in this? That's another question. Also, this right here. Stack inserters from slimeweed gel. Which is fine and all. Definitely easier to produce these than the ones on Gleba. But transport belt capacity going up by +1. Stacking 5 things on the belt at one time instead of 4. Effectively increasing throughput by 25%. For non-bulk inserter capacity. 5 things at a time for all of our regular inserters instead of 4. That's pretty good as well. That's actually very, very good as well. Those lefties make up a sizable chunk of the protest. Oh, ugh. They're being co-opted by the right. Like, okay, we did read in the article that a bunch of the Gen Zers said, like, yeah, we don't support this fucking shit anymore. So it seems like some of them are going to recognize that this is a psyop. Like, this is glowy shit on glowy. Like, this is the most obvious fucking glowy shit on the fucking planet. Okay, this is radiating from space. So it looks like they're starting to recognize that, like, this might be some fucking fuck shit right here. But yeah, it's just like, hate the current party that's in power because they're not heckin' fast enough in fixing all of the problems that's currently happening. It's very stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like if not now, or Jewish Forces for Peace letting in like groypers, right? I don't necessarily agree with just saying, like, with Republicans, because no Republican will ever support the Palestinians, right? There may be some genuine, like, some actual genuine, like, anti-Zionist Republicans that care about emancipation for the Palestinians, but no. I don't believe that for even 3 fucking seconds. I mean, you know, wacky stuff can always happen, and like, those guys are fine, but most of the people who are anti-Israel within the Republican Party are groypers, right? Like, they're all groypers. Okay, I need to keep reading. Okay, so we need to make the insulation science pack if we want to head to the next planet. And then we need the other science pack, that being the thermodynamics science pack, to make it to the next planet. And then all this gobbledygook over here. What does superheated metallurgy do? Hot lubricant. Wait, how do you make hot lubricant? That is interesting. Well, we can't fucking research this because you need cryogenic science pack, so cooked there. Frost artifact chemical process. What the shit is going on here? Hardened steel. Molten iron and lubricant. So this planet's going to want us to heat up lubricant. Huh. Oh, weird. Oh, weird planet. Oh yeah, so we're gonna get frost weaponry. And frost armor. I don't know why I'd ever wear this. Polymer shelled amoeba extraction. Electrophile bacteria extraction. So what you're essentially saying is that I'm going to create jet engines from bacteria. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding? Petrolic bacteria. What the? Corrosive bacteria. It's very strange. Fuck is the thruster equipment? I could put this in my mech armor? Whoa. Look at that fucking... Wait. 2x2. Wait. Holy shit, that shit's broken. It's 2x2. That's worth 2 exoskeletons. And that's with no quality bonus. It's inherently 50%. Holy shit, that's fucking disgusting. Yeah, I'd be schmoovin'. Holy shit, I'd be schmoovin'. I would be schmoovin'. Station keeping. What does this even do? Energy consumption plus 35%. Pollution plus 3,200%. But speed plus 80. This station keeping module is such an intriguing module. A weird module. It's like a scuffed ass speed module. Very strange. So Daho gets a boner? No, that's not how I get a boner. And I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just reading. It's like, what technologies am I even going to get from here? Like, what the heck is up? What's this? Oh, this is where I get the mechanical forge from. Ooh. That seems like fun. Lava cake? The fuck is a lava cake? Spoilable. What does it spoil into? Stout. Oh, that's not bad. Hot rock extracted from lava. Can be used as a heat source. Oh. Oh, that's pretty hey, that's pretty good. What's the it's just burnable fuel. Huh. Hey, it's free. Free burnable fuel? It's from lava? Yeah, because the thing with this planet is there's lava everywhere, but it's a cold planet. This planet's weird. It's a frozen planet, but there's lava everywhere. Sure. Why not? It's fun. Okay. Okay. Interesting. 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 Anyway, I'm getting like extremely distracted. I should probably be focusing on how to build my power. Why the hell are you people fucking dobubu posting? Fucking... All of you are asking to be sent to Pazuzu. With all this dang labubu posting. I will send you all to Pazuzu. Okay, so this stuff spoils. Gives you movement speed boost. We don't have to gel. Slime weed is not that difficult. Oh, we don't want that. Yeah, we want this. Okay. So, in terms of figuring out all our shenanigans, water easy. Very simple, very clean. It's 40 water per second. That's basically nothing. Okay, so the slime weed and the wood. Now, the reason why we want this wood, we want the wood so we can burn it, so we can have power. Because obviously we're not using this shit for forever. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Illegal. I just asked her, will other parties return the money cut from the services you said? That's a good question, right? See if they're being consistent. My inclination is that since these are more right-leaning parties, that it is probably a no. If she says yes, then you don't treat her as a serious actor. She's a propagandist. She's basically a chud. It's like, okay, well, you're not being consistent on this for some reason. It is time for me to start insulting you, but kindly. Interesting. Wait, the fucking lefties? You know what they say? You cut a you cut a sock dem. No, I don't know. You red fucking fash or some shit. I don't know. What's it? Is your lefty party like tanky 3 IQ morons or something? Why the fuck is your why the fuck is your left party joining with all the fucking centrists and fascists? You know, this is not like... Yeah, like, this is like some Red Scare shit. This is Nazbol fucking shit. Like, why the fuck are they... like, what's the left party? The lefty party in, Mexico, like? Besides probably incredibly stupid. You know what, maybe it's Boy Meets Minnie who actually listens to Dasha.
Boy Meets Minnie's a known fan of the Red Scare podcast. It's true, he told me. He loves Dasha. He simps for Dasha.
I can't believe that Boy Meets Minnie would simp for fucking Dasha. Kind of cringe. I've never actually listened to that show. Likely story. Everyone, say to Boy Meets Minnie that he's about to head to Pazuzu. You're about to be sent to fucking Pazuzu. You're fucking, Wallahi, you're fucking cooked now, bro. It's fucking over for you, buddy. You're fucking cooked, bro. You're fucking cooked. You're being sent to Pazuzu. I think the left party is libs. But also Morena seems like left-leaning libs as well. Well, that's, yeah, they're social democrats. That's what they are. They're sock dems. That party
Fake news.
formed Morena. Okay. The people that stayed presumably disagree with Morena from the left. Wait, they're liberals, but they disagreed with Morena from the left. Okay. Yeah, this is so fucking weird. Okay. There's only one solution to this problem, Alex.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. What we need, I think, in order to solve the mystery, is we need more Mexicans in chat. Can we get an amen for that one? Can we get some additional Mexicanos in the chat?
We don't want any of those chuds. We need some true-blooded Mexican patriots, folks. Can we get some true-blooded Mexican patriots?
I wonder, do I make that fucking, for Pelagos? Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Uh-oh. I see why. It's because the rockets have been real busy sending up stuff to the other shit, so we've not had an opportunity. So in reality, I should not be using Gleba at all. PRD, Democratic Revolution Party, was the party that AMLO came out of. He reformed / gutted that party of people to form Morena. PRD still exists, but in diminished capacity with people that stayed because they disagreed with Morena. Don't know how they disagreed, though. Yeah, that's pretty important. Pretty important for us to know how exactly they disagreed. Because, I mean, if we're going off of the current vibes, it seems like they're a bunch of sussy-wussies. They seem maximum el susifus. They seem very, very puto, you know? Extremely fucking puto. Very el putis maximo. West Virginia, me oh mama. West Virginia. You know what? Fuck you. Sends you all to West Virginia. PRD allied with the centrists and the right-wing party to oppose Scheinbaum in the election. So, if they... okay. If they allied themselves with the centrists and the right-wingers, then I think they are tankies. Because that's the thing that tankies would do. 1000%. Because they'd be more concerned with taking down who they perceive as the social fucking fascists, that being the Social Democrats in this particular instance, right? Because maybe they feel like they can get some movement with the fascists for some reason or something. I don't know. If we want to do historical analysis, but who knows? Oh boy, Romanians. I know those guys. I hate those guys. Because I'm one of them, and I hate myself. What is this about Romanians? What is this about those chud Romanians? Those chudly types. What the hell is going on here? Those chudlytons. Those freaking chuds. Those freaking chuds. Okay, we may be having a situation develop here, so I need to be rather wary. Oh, hello. Don't know how much to protect my cousin under the protest. They have no plan. I asked her, what does she think will do better and will return the money? She said she doesn't know. Yeah, okay. She doesn't know. She has no fucking idea. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Alright. My assessment is this is a bunch of bullshit. So all the stomologies? Whatever the fuck? Okay. Are being checked and controlled and tested because of the second case of death now, who has, a second case of death now to a 2-year-old kid who died from being administered anesthesia over the counter.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Being in a chair, okay? There's a big problem with these neighborhood dentist clinics. Even my mother almost died after going to one as her tooth was forcefully saved instead of pulling it out and got infected. Thankfully, we went to private and expensive one. She's all good, but these clinics are insane. Okay. That just sounds like another average day in Romania. I'm gonna be so for real. That just sounds like another day in Romania. Still haven't heard her with the puta Hudea picture that's in my pocket. She says something real chuddy. Just be like, yeah. You just pull out your phone. You're like, what about this, libtard? You fucking tard, libtard. It's funny.
Oh, we're getting a lot of stupid chudly types. I love the chuds. They're so stupid.
I'm not gonna respond to this person. Don't care. Your ship looks like how my body feels like when I smoke weed. The fucking brick? What? Are you just saying that because of the asteroid arms? Exactly. I'm just a little more confused. Cause this thing is just a brick. It's a flying brick. The only reason why it's a flying brick is because of this thing. It has to provide a lot of power for this thing to be able to operate, which requires at least 300 megawatts. Which means you need a big nuclear reactor. It's like one of those like fucking Suburbans that have like all the fucking guns and armor on them for all like the weird schizophrenic suburban wine moms to have their like paranoia fetishes about, because these things are armed to the teeth with the giant fucking guns. Or in the case of the medium series of ships, the rocket turrets. Oh yeah, those things are extremely fucking stupid. Oh, I did not need to send those down. Yeah, whatever. We are civilized. We don't use guns. Sure. No guns in my heckin' wholesome Romania, Reno. Okay, I definitely have too many fucking stack inserters and everything. But it's fine. Who cares? Okay, so, let's get this fuck shit over with. Wood. And we need the slime weed as well. Schlime. Yo, any truers? Yeah, only real men fight on the streets of TikTok. Am I right, fellas? This has been brought to you by real Andrew Tate patriots. I mean homosexuals. I mean patriots. I mean homosexuals. I mean homosexuals. Puto. I'm gonna ask what she thinks about Venezuela and Trump. That is a good question to ask her. Because that will be potentially telling of
Potential chudliness. How much of a chud?
Okay, so this needs output priority to the left. Reason for that is because this needs to feed back the slime weed into the system so we can keep the process going, because this is an inherent infinite loop. And then we need this for the spoilage. Oh, dude, him and, like, Dave Rubin are having, like, the biggest, like, schizophrenic conniptions with Zoran Mamdani. It's so funny, objectively speaking. We also need to grab rich soil. We have the perfect space for that. This is a little scuffed, but it works. This is effective. This works. This functions. Yeah, this functions. This functions. This is fine. Lovely. We just need some more puto shit. I did not drop off the fucking landfill, son of a bitch. Okay, so drop a bunch of this rich soil that we have already. All of this is for the express purpose of power creation. And then we just grab some of the slime weed. Where'd I get all the sulfur from? Oh, it's from the stupid chimney vents that I extract. Yeah, okay. Want to hear another hillbilly news about Romania? TikTok celebrity is a mayoral candidate for the capital, and he has pretty considerable chances. He was in the fascist team during the president. I mean, if it's a Romanian TikToker, then yeah, probably fascist. During the presidential elections, acts like a smart man while wearing glasses, meanwhile having a naked woman tattoo on his chest and being in prison 5 times. Nice meme. Ah, well, you know. Standard day for Romania. Getting fucked over by random fucking bullshit. That's a fucking classic, El Clasico for Romania. No reason not to spam all these. Now the question is how much power these consume. I think we only generate about 10 megawatts of power right now with the solar panels we have at the moment. So it's pretty much going to be the entirety of our grid during the daytime. Have I been to Agartha?
No, I have not. I have not been to Agartha. No, 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 no.
Alright. Fuck tons of landfill. Let's get this power plant rockin'. A cockin'. A bakin'. A baki. Well, you know what? Just because he said I'm looks maxing, I will on purpose become as disheveled as possible in order to not looks max on purpose. I will on purpose become as ugly as possible just to fuck with you. You are cope maxing. You are coping, seething, farting, shitting, and malding, and pissing and shitting yourself. It's gonna take a while for those things to heat up, but because the fuel value of wood is not very high. However, we're probably going to be consuming a lot more, or producing way more fucking wood. These are eating about 16 wood per second. Currently making 28 wood per second. Okay. Because like I said before, this whole process right here, the entirety of this fucking shit right here is self-sustaining. And we can just keep adding to it. Okay, this is actually consuming like no power whatsoever. Holy shit. Oh, it's kilowatts. I should add way more of these then. Like, eventually we're gonna replace the fucking wood with rocket fuel, but for the time being, considering how relatively fast when stacked up with a bunch of modules, these things produce wood. This is fine for now. Obviously, we're going to try to get a much better quality fucking fuel. Duh. But for now, this will do the job. Up until we can get some more. And then we'll be able to kickstart up this power plant. Almost 500 degrees. This does not have a plant attached to it.
Imagine a world riding free of cancel culture, where no one can call me out for my outlandish claims. A world where I can say the N-word.
That scared the fuck out of me. Scared the shit out of me because of how loud it was. The first half of the power plant is now on. Actually, those should be permanently on. Leave those permanently on at all times. These ones do not need to be permanently on. Okay, read your temperatures, enable. Signal T less than 600. That'll let these motherfuckers actually start to be able to heat up a little bit. Though it's not going to be great because once these things do reach below that temperature... Although honestly, we're hardly using these things right now. I mean, we can get rid of this shit. We do not need these solar panels anymore. These are fulfilled their purpose, fulfilled their need. We can get rid of them now. Bye-bye. And just like that, we now have power.
Fuck all these lipstick YouTubers and chicken shit Redditors. Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit!
This keeps scaring the fuck out of me. Jeez, it's so loud. Fuck you, Senator Armstrong. Fucking bitch. We also need something for the spoilage here. Don't laugh at me. I have sensitive ears. I will call you a slur. Alright, and this thing is now completely backed up on slime weed because we are making too much of it. What's up, Flint DZ? I'm a little confused. Epdius mentioned earlier about Agartha, and now we are getting someone saying greetings from Agartha. I am instantaneously suspicious. Ugh. I did say your name. Oh, you saw the other guy talk about it in chat. Oh, okay. This is what I get. This is what I get for assuming. I make an ass out of myself. I saw someone else talking about it, please. Oh, you're from Hyperborea. That shit's cringe. Agartha's based because we're all zombies pilled. And, Boy Meets Mini saying cringe. Shut the fuck up, Boy Meets Mini. Literally, your entire existence is cringe. I look at you, I see nothing but the radiation of cringe. I go like... It's like, Jesus Christ. Nothing but cringe. No, there's allowed to be more cringe to me. It's illegal. That is very true. Many people are saying how much they don't know anything about Agartha. I know everything about Agartha. I'm an Agartha maxer. I need some copper. Factorio was a chud-pilled game. I don't think a lot of chuds like playing Factorio, I have to say. Too many numbers. It's autistic. I'm just a humble autist. Trans girls. Women, am I right, fellas?
The American people are tired of women.
This is true. He's so real for that. Bernard Sanders is so real for that. The American people are tired of women. That. Truth nuke. What I say is true all the time. I'm very truthful. I'm very honest, folks. Let me tell you. They call me the most true. Are you the chudliest of the chuds? I think I'm more chudly than you are, you know? I don't think you're as big of a chud as I am. Now you're getting deported, because no one's as much of a chud maxer as I am. Low-key based. Real. Get rid of all the chud maxers. I'm the only chud maxer. Okay, so soil leaching. More like soy leaching, am I right? Haha. Okay, I need some more copper so I can make some more greenhouses so then I can make more shit. What he talked about. What he talked about, it's like, I know of Nick Fuentes, you know, I know him, he came in with Kanye that one time, and that was like kind of epic or something, and then that was about it. He's like, I don't know him all that well, but you know, I kind of do know him all that well, but I don't really know him. Like, it's the standard, like, Trump waffling, it's meaningless. I don't know him, but I do know him, but I don't know him, but I do. Lovely. Okay, so this shit is annoying for multiple reasons because it has a lot of fucking outputs. Need something for the spoilage, need something for all the different shit. Man, these rates are fucking dog water, dude. That is the only way we can get ores on this fucking planet. So, eh. Okay, wood here, this here. Then we need something for... vests for now. As for how we're gonna get them out, we'll figure that out eventually. That's a later problem. Hard hats the Canary construction workers wear in ZA almost looks like they have a swastika on their helmets. What is that symbol? Huh? I can only assume it's just their... what is it? Pokemon Legends CA Canary, or rather construction company. I just need to take a look at the fucking helmet. Like on the front? Or like where? On the side. Which side? Like the Electros mouth? It's the mouth of an Electros. I ain't seen it. Boy Meets Mini, I think you might be doing a little bit of trolling. I ain't seen it, Boy Meets Mini. I think you might be doing a little bit of trolling.
I think you might be trolling a little bit, Boy Meets Mini. You son of a bitch.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the mouth of an Electros. Alright, 4 more greenhouses. Lovely. Okay. I do have to say, it does seem very worthwhile to just stick in a ton of speed modules for those things. Because these greenhouses barely consume electricity. Like, max consumption on these things is 620 watts. That's nothing. This shit that we have here is overkill to the extreme. We have so much power to spare. Like, we could just beacon the fuck out of this fucking setup. Send it on Discord. Okay, so it's the stuff on the left side then. That's an Electros's mouth. That's the mouth of an Electros. It's the same thing as her little hairpin on Canary. On her little hair bun thingy, it's a mouth of an Electros. or one of the mouths on the sides for its mega evolution, the plus side. They all have that stuff. Yeah, she's secretly signaling that that she's a big fan of the Iron Cross, and secretly listens to like Hitler speeches on the daily. I think I might have to do some belt weaving to get this stuff out. It's a decent chunk of copper now. Inevitably, we are going to need to expand all of this shit. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is trying to cancel Canary. Do you lefties have no shame? You cuckolds? You fools, you morons, you rejects, you social rejects. How dare you try to cancel Canary? For no reason. Yeah, Boy Meets Mini's gonna write like a fucking video essay now talking about Canary and the Iron Cross. A history. A recounting of history or some shit, you know? Some, like, highly pretentious, like, lefty thing or some shit, you know? Attack on Grifter's Canary. So as you can clearly see, every single one of her fucking hats, the construction hats that her grandfather has, all seemingly have swastikas on them. That's very stupid. Need some rich soil. Easy, easy, easy. Plenty of rich soil. Oh yeah, now we're definitely going to pick up a bit in terms of the production, because now it's time to try to put something together with all this shit. Although honestly, like I said, the rate of this shit is not very fucking good. The iron is okay, but the rate necessary for copper is fucking abysmal. The problem is that we don't have any ability to make calcite on this planet. Eh. Now we can ship in a ton of calcite. Probably should ship in some calcite. So we can use foundries and really push the extent of our ore. Or we can use calciners. One of the two works. But here's the problem. We have plenty of burnable biological material. Lots of burnable biological material. And even with the foundries, you need a pretty steady supply of everything in order for it to function as expected. What I mean by a steady supply of everything, I mean a steady supply of ore. This process does not produce a lot of ore. It produces very, very little copper ore. Like, again. .175 copper ore is fucking dog water. That is terrible. But that is what we have for now. Yeah, just ugh. Ick. Very, very ick. Very terrible. It's awful. Now, obviously, the thing is we can very easily expand this to include a lot. And I mean a lot of greenhouses, because this is with a full 5-speed tier 3 modules. Maximum consumption is 2.7 kilowatts. That is nothing. That power consumption is like negligible. You can just be like, oh, these things consume power? They do? I didn't notice. Negligible. It's nothing. 2.7 kilowatts. Ain't shit. It's very, very little. So you can build a fuck ton of these. And rich soil is pretty abundant. Especially with 1200% productivity. We're not going to be running out of rich soil anytime soon. Like, especially resource drain 50. So this is effectively a patch of 28 million. Multiply that by 1200, which would be about 12. 28 million times 12 is 300 some odd million. 336 million. Yeah, we're not running out of soil anytime soon. So you can just consume. It doesn't matter. Consume the soil. Just consume it. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Just use it forehead. No consequences whatsoever. Calciners. The question is what would we use for the fuel for the calciners to function? Because we don't have petroleum-based products on this planet. None of that. Does this slime weed gem have a fuel value? It does, but it's a fuel value of 10 joules. That's dog shit. This might as well not have a fuel value. So the calciners will barely function. Barely. So that's not an option. We can always just do good old smelteries. That can work. Just electric furnaces. You can. It's better than nothing. Electric furnaces. Get a little bit of productivity in there. Which is fine. And we have a good nuclear setup for this. Or, not nuclear. We have a fine setup for this. The only other thing that I need to concern myself with is the consumption of the Schlime. Fucking get on the belt, putos. So there's that. Putis. So we could significantly just expand all this shit. We could. The only other thing that we can potentially make use of carbon has a good fuel value. 2 megajoules is not terrible. Actually, no, that's the same as wood. 2 megajoules. It's not great, but it's better than nothing for now. Eventually, we're going to use rocket fuel. But it's a 40-second crafting time? Ick. Lubricant. 40-second crafting time also for plastic from slime weed. What's with all these fucking crafting times? These crafting times suck. Sulfur is produced pretty quickly. Obviously, rocket fuel is pretty good in terms of fuel value. 100 megajoules is good. Very good. And then we have, of course, petroleum. But petroleum does not have a good fuel value as a liquid fuel. Only 600 kilojoules. That's pretty fucking bad. That is really bad. So our options are just kind of weird. Landfill from soil. That seems pretty useful, actually. But we'd make so much fucking landfill with all this extra soil we have. Figure out eventually what the convector does. The question ultimately becomes is, can we, with all this shit... Because you get the science pack, this is the first science pack of 3, relatively quickly. Are we capable of creating the necessary shit to start sending science packs? Also, how do we build rockets? Yeah, you're expected to use the steam turbine. Makes sense. We probably want to get our hands on this. No, actually, we probably want to get our hands on this. Wait, ammonia. How the fuck are we making ammonia here? You have a good night, Sacrificial MILF. Ammonia? I would like to be able to make bioflux from slimeweed gel because that's definitely way better. Slimeweed gel polymerization. Steam. Make plant fibers in an oil refinery. Weird. Okay. Is that for like excess? Strange. Slimeweed productivity. That's an infinite research. Don't know what the convector does. It does something. Figure out when we get there. How many nutrients does this make? Grow slime weed with extra nutrients. Rich artificial soil. Wait, this just lets you more efficiently grow slime weed using soil. Can we make nutrients? I assume you're supposed to make nutrients using the bioflux that you can make from slime weed. The question ultimately becomes is how the fuck do you make ammonia on this planet? How are we making ammonia? Can we make ammonia? Because here's the thing. I assume all of these planets are supposed to work well with one another. This planet has ammonia. The first symbol right there, from what I'm basically reading here, the shit's basically going to be like Aquilo, or rather similar to Aquilo, where it's just nothing but a bunch of using of liquids, but you have to ship a bunch of stuff in because otherwise it's a barren planet. You don't really have much of anything. You need the other planets to help out. So I guess we're going to be able to take ammonia from here, and it is assumed that you can send it to Prosephina. Is the assumption here? That a bunch of these shitters are supposed to work well with one another. At least that's the assumption, I guess. And like a miniature network of ships would not be a terrible idea on this fucking planet. I guess. Interesting. Anywho. Not a bad start though. We have power and shit like that. Okay, so I'm going to prepare the video. I'm going to go grab some water. I'm going to go grab a bunch of shit. I take a piss, blah, blah, blah. Do all that necessary bullshit. And then we will be broaching the topic that we're going to be, or rather the video that we're going to be watching. Anyway. I will be right back, gamers. Ooh. are so Barack Hussein Obama.
Obama. People talk about Obama, but not Obama. Why is that?
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
We are doing a lot of bit of, you know, you say it's a little bit of trolling, but it's actually a lot of bit of trolling.
Ligma. Miskiff posts new video outside of Beverly Hills Courthouse. Does Miskiff not understand that his dumbass lawsuits, that shit's so cooked? That's not, that shit's not going anywhere. Is he like doing an interpretive dance or some shit? What is he doing? I was being distracted by some stuff. Turn that shit off. Somebody say free trade is dead. Yeah, it's time to talk about unlearning economics. I like unlearning economics. So yeah, it's a long one, so we'll continue with the Factorio in the background, where I'll be making more ore, probably. Still don't know what I'm gonna do in terms of plates and smelting and all that shit. I still have no idea what I want to do with that. Anyway. No, let's just do 1.5. Alright, let's get started then. Unlearning economics. I'm quite familiar with his line of work, and also a preamble. I'm quite familiar, of course, with Unlearning Economics' work, and I believe this was put in my Discord as a suggested video. I think it was by you, Boy Meets Mini. I don't remember exactly though. I think it was, and I was curious because I saw this. I'm like, free trade is dead. This is what will replace it. I mostly just became curious, and I think mostly by like the framing of this video, about in what sort of way is like free trade dead, like in a sort of like economically like protectionist sort of stance, something like that. And if that's the sort of argument that Unlearning Economics is going to make here, then yeah, I can definitely say like, yeah, it's, I'm not sure if dead per se, but has taken a significant hit, free trade. We do know with the actions of Donald Trump and whatnot, he did pull out of TPP, which was a bad free trade deal, and renegotiated the USMCA, or the U-scam, you know, because it was a scam for the United States of America, despite the fact that I was the one who negotiated it. So we know about a bunch of the trade deals that have currently, I suppose, been put in place by Trump, but I'm mostly curious to see what exactly Unlearning Economics' position here is in terms of how free trade is dead. I'm also curious to see what it's replacing it, because yeah, it's a lot more like economic sort of like protectionist bullshit from a lot of these more right-wing authoritarian types. But I'm not sure if, say, like an export economy like, say, China per se is going to let free trade die per se, because they stand to benefit significantly more from the existence of free trade because of all the cheap manufacturing that China has at its disposal. So that's mostly the angle that I seek to broach all this. I want to learn. I'm seeking to understand what exactly is being said here in essence. In any case, let's just get into the video.
The US president has increased tariffs on China dramatically. In some cases, the rate is as high as 100%, a truly unprecedented intervention in the modern economy. Prices will undoubtedly rise for American
It's
consumers.
about 155%, right? Although he's like backed off of it now, of course, but whatever. Yeah, we all know about like Trump's fascination, like fixation with tariffs because of the William McKinley, because he has like a fucking autistic fixation with him, basically. Like, then that's why he's like doing tariffs. It's like, well, William McKinley was almost assassinated, or did get assassinated. That's kind of like me, who did get assassinated, so that's why I'm going to start doing tariffs, because tariffs make a lot of money. It sounds incredibly stupid and childish, because it is. Because we are talking about Trump here, who is incredibly stupid and fucking childish. But God, I don't even know, like, I don't even know how else to like really say this besides like it is about as dumb as it seemingly sounds, because Trump is, like I said before, he has like this particular fixation with William McKinley in particular, because of the fact that William McKinley got assassinated. Or was he assassinated? Or he either got assassinated or nearly assassinated. It doesn't really matter. And he basically saw himself in William McKinley, and as a result, he started to do the fucking tariffs because of that. It really, really is that stupid.
Consumers in the short term, though with the hope of boosting American industry over the medium term. This is designed to increase American self-sufficiency and reduce reliance on their biggest geopolitical rivals. The year is 2024, and the president is Joe Biden. Got you, maybe. It does seem that even before Trump too, we were moving towards a new paradigm for globalization. New paradigm for globalization being the type of thing people I hate say. I have become them.
So that's why he said it's over 100%. Yes, because Biden did increase a bunch of tariffs on China, if I recall correctly. Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Yeah, he did do that, which I thought was kind of strange. Because especially, okay, I was talking with a buddy of mine about this, why Joe Biden essentially was doing a lot of the trade actions that he was doing against China with all the tariffs and whatnot, because I thought it was kind of silly and stupid. But he explained it to me in a pretty comprehensive way, saying, like, the reason why he's doing this is because he's realized a bit too late that essentially there is almost no future that's possible for the United States of America, considering just how completely and utterly fucked its economy is because of a lot of its pro-corporate fucking policies. And I can't really, like, I couldn't disagree with that. Or not disagree, but I couldn't agree with that even more. It's like, yeah, it's totally messed up because of the fact that for decades at this point, the economy has essentially just been accommodated only for the richest 1% of individuals that, you know, are making value, I suppose, for lack of a better term, in the economy. And it's one of those situations where it's like the inequality has gotten like so ridiculously blatant and unsustainable that a lot of people within the United States are starting to come away with the realization of like, oh fuck, dude, if we do not do something about this shit, we are so fucking cooked. Like, goddamn, we are so fucking cooked. And I can't really agree with that. I keep saying disagree when I mean agree with that more. Like, guys, it turns out if you keep trying to do everything possible to accommodate for the corporations and the rich as much as possible for literally anything, it turns out that may have some rather adverse economic effects. Radical, I know.
Excuse me, but proactive and paradigm, aren't these just buzzwords that dumb people use to sound important? Not that I'm accusing you of anything like that. I'm fired, aren't I?
Oh, yes.
Backlash against globalization is hardly new. We saw numerous protests across the world in the 90s and noughties, taken up by lefties who saw globalization as dominated by corporations and the financial sector. People in Poland protested their joining of the EU. People in Seattle protested against the IMF and World Bank. And people in Porto Alegre in Brazil established the World Social Forum, a counterpoint to the elite meetings in Davos. During the 2010s, we saw rising anti-globalization sentiment.
Wait, what was that?
Meetings in Davos.
BlackRock think appointed. Oh no. A BlackRock dude being a part of the World Economic Forum. Oh boy. That's not going to be terrible at all whatsoever.
During the 2010s, we saw rising anti-globalization sentiment once more, but this time from the right. The campaign for the UK to leave the EU succeeded in 2016, the same year Donald Trump was elected, on the promise of putting America first. Since 2010, Viktor Orbán has ruled in Hungary. In 2018, Jair Bolsonaro, sometimes called the Tropical Trump, was elected in Brazil, and we've had resurgent nationalist movements even in stereotypically progressive countries like Germany and Sweden. There does seem to be a shift in how we manage trade, and especially in the ideas behind it. Whereas countries sung the hymn song of globalization before, they are now open that they want to be self-reliant. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken up the motto of Atman Bir Bar Bharat, or self-reliant India. China's Xi Jinping also advocates Zili Gengsheng, or self-reliance. In response to Western sanctions from the invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin declared that Russia is a self-sufficient country in every sense of the word. Donald Trump equally declared the economic independence of the United States, and the EU is making similar moves, though they'd never say it out loud, at least not before 5 years of preparing their statement. Despite all of this talk, the reality has been that no country has truly departed from free trade. In the UK, we left the EU but joined the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we are slowly reintegrating with the EU anyway, albeit at a pace that people won't notice. Nationalist movements have proven harder on immigrants than on goods, which had already been the case in the past. Even Trump too has had trouble repainting the world in his image. He has made a series of aggressive threats for tariffs on not just China, but on the UK and EU, who are supposed supposed to be American allies, before walking back on his policies repeatedly after learning that it's just difficult to wind back the clock on globalization. In response to Trump, Brazil and China...
So, okay, this is going to be, I think I understand what's going on here. Yeah, this is going to be talking about these sort of general trends of the right wing to want to be anti-globalization. I've talked about this before with the sentiments of anti-globalization, and yeah, I do agree that it is a lot of the financialization of the economy, blah, blah, blah kind of a deal. Of course, with right-wingers, they tend to have a rather conspiratorial bend to it, right? Like, they're making it focus on the Jews and whatnot, yada, 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 you know, standard, not standard, fucking right-wing conspiracy theory bullshit. We all know this, and I think mostly the biggest... I mean, you know, we've talked about, like, NAFTA, TPP, and all this fucking bullshit in the past, yada, yada, yada. Some of the biggest reasons for as to why a lot of American manufacturing got sent overseas because of corporations wanting to basically not pay more for a lot of American fucking labor because they just want to... If a corporation can save money on it, they'll do it so they can save more and more money on it. You know, pretty... a very, very lukewarm, standard, like, doy kind of a position. Like, no shit, obviously... corporations are going to they're going to do everything possible to make all of the money on the fucking planet. No. Whoa, look at my fucking Heckinarino based lefty saying the most obvious fucking bullshit on the fucking planet. And it makes sense. Okay, if I could use an analogy on this. I see the sort of like backlash to globalization similar to that of like Transgate or a lot of the backlashes to the Me Too movement. A lot of conservatives generally use globalization as a way to essentially come up with a fucking scapegoat for the fact that their policies are the main reasons why a lot of Americans are, generally speaking, being made very, very poor. And the Americans and conservatives obviously are the first people that started this overall trend, and a lot of this sort of spread, I guess, like, outward. We've talked about the concept of American fucking cultural osmosis before. America, when it has a lot of, like, stupid right-wing bullshit, generally speaking, it has a tendency of filtering out to the rest of the world. For example, there's like anti-climate change sort of movements in a bunch of different European countries. Where did it stem from? Oh, it stemmed all from the American right specifically. And it's a very, very common thing that happens. Like, there's a bunch of, like, I don't remember. It's like some like weirdo fucking German YouTuber or some shit is like anti-climate change and does like all the fucking stupid JQ conspiracy theory fucking bullshit consistently because of course they do. And generally speaking, that's like one of the main reasonings for us to why there's a lot of I guess, for lack of a better term, just kind of tomfoolery when it comes to a lot of the things that the right wings believe. It tends to just be like a facsimile of the American right, generally speaking, right? Like, a lot of right wingers do not have a lot of original thoughts or beliefs, genuine thoughts and beliefs for themselves. Very often they tend to adopt a lot of different shit from specifically countries, and it tends to spread outward more and more. And the reason is for this specifically is because of the fact that the American right wing just has such a capture on media landscapes and whatnot that the Democratic Party simply just does not have the exact same capture of, like, nowhere near the same capture. And that's, broadly speaking, the main reasonings for as to, I guess, why this sort of paradigm exists, where there's a bunch of European countries that are supposed to be ostensibly, like, more progressive, falling for, I guess for lack of a better term, the American fucking stupidity, the complete fucking nonsense. It's all fucking American cultural osmosis shit, and why now more and more like anti-globalization shit is sort of like starting to happen more and more. At least that's what I think.
China have reaffirmed their commitment to the idea of free trade, as have other countries. New Zealand and India revived their once-dead negotiations following Trump's tariff mayhem. It seems that globalization will continue, though it may no longer be US-led. What I want to do in this video is not so much to review the ups and downs of contemporary trade policies, which I'm sure will have changed since I recorded this. Instead, I want to go into the idea of free trade and how it has been challenged by contemporary political developments. As we will see, the rosy and apolitical notion of free trade promoted by politicians, technocrats, and economists has always been something of a lie. As with seemingly every video essay of this type, I'm going to start in the 19th century. But first, I'm going to ask you to consider joining my Patreon. If you like my videos and want me to keep making them, please sign up. Our ideas about free trade owe much to the 19th century economist David Ricardo. Ricardo was a financier who made a lot of money trading stocks. As trade had benefited him so handsomely, he decided to formulate a theory of how it could benefit everyone. To prove this, he created a famous model to illustrate the point with hard numbers. This was largely unprecedented at the time, one of the precursors to the economic models we know and love today. Before Ricardo, economists had been quite worldly, reflecting on the emerging capitalist system as part of a broader set of reflections about morality and society. The epitome of this was Ricardo's predecessor Adam Smith, who is often considered the father of economics. His 900-page treatise, The Wealth of Nations, is full of arguments for why trade is beneficial, but also confronts its drawbacks, and is filled with broader questions about the human condition. His earlier Theory of Moral Sentiments has a self-explanatory title. Some of Smith's best-known
Like, I know that, for example, in The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith would consistently talk about how laissez-faire capitalism is actually really, really bad. He also was not a big fan of fucking landlords. Looking at you, right-wingers, and a lot of, like, conservative fucking liberals who, I don't know, care so much about fucking landlords and shit like that. That motherfucker, Adam Smith, would be seen as like a fucking left-leaning radical nowadays, which is genuinely fucking insane to fucking think about, but, well, here we are.
Reflections on the economy are about the division of labour. Smith thought that the productivity of a pin factory could be massively improved by dividing up the tasks. He claimed that one person working alone could, skills with his utmost industry, make one pin a day. Whereas in the factories of his time, the task was split into 18 distinct operations. This would mean that one man draws out the wheel, another straightens it, and the third cuts it, and so on. Right, that's enough of that. Yes, Smith was Scottish, this often gets lost. Smith claimed that 10 men working in a factory could make 48,000 pins or 4,800 pins each, a number that dwarfs the single pin one man could make in a day. According to Smith, the efficiency gains from splitting up a task are potentially enormous. Going from a small factory to a large one may multiply the number of pins produced by a factor of 100. That's a lot of pins. Smith's argument for trading with other countries was just an extension of this insight. If we could split up tasks to maximize productivity within a factory, why not do it globally? This means greater specialization and greater wealth. It is the maxim of every prudent master of a family, never to attempt to make at home what it will cost him more to make than to buy. What is prudence in the conduct of every private family can scarce be folly in that of a great kingdom.
And that's like the sort of general concept, right, with why a lot of jobs got shipped overseas. Like, for example, America used to be known for its manufacturing prowess, right? It used to be known for making basically a fuck ton of differing sort of, I was going to say economy, but like a bunch of differing, like, you know, I was going to say widgets as well. I was like, not fucking widgets, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with me? A bunch of like differing rudimentary sort of products. And that's what American manufacturing was generally built off of. That and also like cars, but being able to make all of the mirrors for the car, the windshields for the car, all the different like shit for the fucking car, the upholstery for the car, the fucking doors for the car, yada 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 yada. A lot of like American steel manufacturing. This is what the basis of the American economy became after the victory that the Allies had during World War II. And obviously, since America was the least damaged in comparison to every other fucking country after the war, they were in the best position in order to be able to benefit the most from, I guess, for like lack of a better term, the ripe world, or like world that's like ripe for the picking, I guess. Basically the idea where it's just like, well, it's a fresh new start basically after a giant fucking war, and America is the one that is not a smoldering heap in comparison to the rest of Europe. A lot of fucking Asia. China was obviously significantly suffered. There's Russia, which obviously got invaded by the Nazis. The Japanese obviously got nuked twice. And America is pretty much the one global power that's been unscathed. Like, Europe and France, after World War II, pretty much just declined and was forced to basically rebuild after getting bombed to absolute living hell. And also recovering from occupation, in the case of France, for example, Nazi occupation. And America pretty much was unscathed. It was an open fucking world where they could... It was their oyster. They could just do whatever the fuck they wanted. And they decided to use the fact that their economy was basically untouched in order to essentially solidify and ingratiate the Europeans to themselves for... Well, I would have said the rest of time, but now that's, like, not so certain anymore, given a lot of Trump's fucking idiotic bullshit. So that's ultimately now in question as well. And it's simply due to, I guess, the emergence also because of nuclear fucking weapons. Everything was, like, forced to be sort of globalized, I guess, for lack of a better term, because of the fact that, well, we have to, like, fight through a bunch of different people now because we can't fight directly anymore. Like, the World War II, I would argue, is the last conventional sort of war. Now that nuclear weapons exist and we're in the atomic age, no one's going to want to really fight with each other. So it's just like, well, how do we incentivize, A, not to fight with one another, and things that we can basically fight over one another with? Oh, why don't we just, like, basically start fighting over, like, differing economic philosophies, that being like communism and fucking social and liberal fucking democracy in the case of like the United States of America and shit like that, right? So because of this sort of advent, I guess like it's essentially was like forced for the world to essentially have to globalize and start to be specialized more in like differing sort of industries, I guess. Because, like, let's be honest here, for like all this talk about like self-sufficiency in your own fucking country, which is complete fucking bullshit. Like, Marx said that socialism is an inherently internationalist ideology. You can't just have socialism in one fucking country, for example. At least that's the ideology that I prescribe to. And it's sort of like necessary for the human condition to cooperate with one another, because if people don't fucking cooperate with one another, we would not be on the fucking top of the food chain like we currently are right now. We would not be masters of this fucking goddamn planet if we didn't cooperate. So as a result, globalization was like an inevitability. So it's just like, And also became to the benefit of like corporations and whatnot, because they can ship a bunch of jobs overseas for cheaper labor. So that's also another factor in all of this, because we currently do live in a capitalist sort of economy. So again, more ostensible benefits from this. I don't really know where exactly I'm going with this point. Yeah, where exactly am I going with this point? This is actually a pretty good question. I guess I'm essentially just saying here that this was kind of a thing that was inevitable. It was always going to happen, despite like what Adam Smith said. Although I do think like he is correct, right? It's just like, oh, why should we be focused on making just like screws, having a factory for that, when there's like cheaper ways in order to get that factory? I mean, a lot of this is also the byproducts of like the hyper commodified nature of the economy that we have right now, and also because of the fact that a lot of these like corporations and the rich are essentially just unaccountable like entities that have made such a ridiculous amount of money because of all of the things that they did in order to deregulate themselves from a lot of the regulatory measures that happened as a result of the fucking New Deal and shit like that. And you know, the destruction of the unions, of the working class, yada yada yada. These are all factors that have to be considered, of course. But yeah, like generally speaking, if we want to like talk about all of these sort of like differing reasons for as to why it inevitably, I guess, became like a globalized sort of economy and everything like that. I would honestly, I would just have to say it's because of the Cold War, because of a lot of like nuclear weapons and shit like that, yada yada yada. Yeah, I am rambling here a little bit. I'm kind of going off on like a random fucking tangent here. But yeah, like something. Thank you, Ronald Reagan and and Bill Clinton for negotiating all these like free trade deals and shit like that, and making essentially everything worse and just making everything more available for capitalists, I guess, for lack of a better term. I'm rambling a lot here.
For whatever reason, we all have different skills and interests, so we make different things. Why bother making what you can't and don't want to make when you can just do what you're good at and trade with others? This is a pretty basic argument in favour of universal free trade. That is, trade at the level of the individual, but by the same argument, trade at the level of international markets. The gains from the division of labour are clear in each case and follow the same logic. Furthermore, different countries have different climates and cultures and histories, so it's been true throughout human there goes some pins. So it's been true throughout human history that others grow and make things that we just can't. That's why Italians are always mad at food, even though their food it's not that good. Just saying it's not that.
Well, don't say that. You're gonna get a bunch of Italians triggered. No, unlearning economics. No, don't say it. No, the Italians are gonna come after you. No.
Good. Smith had a number of caveats to his ideas, as he always did. Above all, he was worried about a mass of workers being reduced to something less than human by the division of labour. Engaging in increasingly minute tasks over and over would take its toll on people and should be countered by government education, which was a radical proposal when Smith was writing in 1776. He was surprisingly modern in his views. He seemed to think that free trade was a powerful beast which, if harnessed correctly, could benefit the majority of the population.
It's like the thing that I mentioned before, with the current laissez-faire system that we have right now, because a lot of liberals, neoliberals specifically, like to claim Adam Smith as like one of their guys. Adam Smith would hate neoliberals. He would fucking hate the general laissez-faire system that is currently exists within the United States of America and around the world in general. He would fucking hate that shit. Like, fun fact about Adam Smith, again, like I mentioned earlier, that guy was not a big fan of fucking landlords, and would not be exactly a big fan of the current, I think, like, neoliberal economic system where it's all just like for I guess lack of a better term, like very, very radical, like super free trade economic fucking sort of principles where it's just like, yeah man, totally, if we just like keep doing our heckin' Reno free trade, a laissez-faire free trade for like whatever fucking reason, this is totally not going to have a problem with labor, generally speaking. No. There's not going to be any problems with this whatsoever. It's not going to be a complete fucking shit show for everyone involved. Nah.
But which needed government intervention to ensure the gains were distributed fairly. This isn't far from the views of most economists today, as expressed in polls. The vast majority agree.
Or in like the European social democracies, right? Like all the social democracies just say like, yeah, dude, like, capitalism is like fine and all that. The problem is how it's currently being distributed by a bunch of stupid, rich, powerful assholes. Can we just build like a fucking welfare state? It's unironically like Adam Smith advocated for the fucking welfare state.
Or strongly agree with the statement, freer trade improves productive efficiency and offers consumers better choices, and in the long run these gains are much larger than any effects on employment. The comments add nuance. Economists often understate short-term employment costs, which are significant and unequally distributed, but probably less than benefits. Gains and losses are not spread evenly. Retraining programs are an important part of trade policy. Note that not everyone is better off. Still, like modern economists, when pushed, Smith tended to err on the side of trade and commerce and was against restricting them too much. By means of glasses, hotbeds and hot walls, very good grapes can be raised in Scotland, and very good wine too can be made of them at about 30 times the expense for which at least equally good can be brought from foreign countries. Would it be a reasonable law to prohibit the importation of all foreign wines, merely to encourage the making of claret and burgundy in Scotland? I'm not sure what's more offensive, me trying to do a Scottish accent or me pretending Adam Smith was English. Tell me in the comments. David Ricardo.
Because here's the thing with like a lot of the trade sort of policies that Trump is doing with all the fucking tariffs, like, because I've said the exact same fucking shit as basically what Adam Smith has said there. Like, it makes a lot of sense because Trump's fucking economic policies are non-fucking sensical. Like they're incredibly stupid and are very uninformed and undereducated because for whatever reason Trump fucking thinks that having a trade deficit is inherently a bad thing. It's not. There is no given how strong and big the fucking US economy is. There is nothing really wrong with it having a fucking trade deficit with other countries. Like, why is it bad for it to have a trade deficit with all of those fucking countries? Like, you have to ask yourself that fucking goddamn question. Given how ridiculously big the current US economy is, why are all these, like, weird ass goofy motherfuckers having all these problems with it? It's all like weirdo nationalistic, like pseudo populist fucking dreck and nonsense. Like that's why they have a fucking problem with it. It's because of the ideology that they inherently prescribe to, not because it's like economically sound. The beliefs and thoughts of a fucking conservative is not economically sound in any respect. It's incredibly like childish and fucking idiotic, and it makes you sit there and wonder, like, bro, what the fuck are you people thinking, dude? Like, hello? Like, you guys are a bunch of weirdo ass fucking psychopaths. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, dude, if we just put tariffs, we just put the tariffs on everything, that's going to incentivize American manufacturing. It's like, yeah, in like a traditional sense, but like there are just some things that America can't make, like coffee. Like, do you really think that Hawaiian coffee, for example, is going to be able to compete with, like, shit from, like, say, South America or something? Fuck no. You just don't have the ability to be able to fucking grow that shit in America. That's just how it is. So you need to have another fucking country do that. And again, like, that's not that it's a bad thing necessarily, right? It depends on the exploitative nature of it all, right? Like, that's the biggest problem there. It's not that it's a bad thing necessarily. It's the fact that with like trade deficits, because like for whatever reason Trump thinks that they're just categorically bad because he's a bit of an idiot. The thing is, in particular, I guess I'm going a little bit off on a ramble again. Free trade is like, I was gonna say fine. It depends, right? Like, it depends on how like well regulated it is. Because if it's like regulated and all this shit, that's like there's not really any big problems with, like, free trade in particular. Like, if people want to make things in like other countries and just send it to another country for you to fucking import it in, that's like fine. That's like whatever. Who gives a shit about any of that? But like all these like conservatives seem to think like if we just forehead make it here, it's gonna be like all okay and totally fine. But when that's just like not the case, it's just not how any of this fucking works. I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble again, but it's one of those things where I just find it to be like extremely fucking frustrating, because it's just like, what are you people talking about? Like, just make everything in like America and it'll somehow like work out and be okay. How are you gonna make like certain particular products that you guys have like none of the facilities needed in order to be able to make any of this shit? And I don't know. It's all like ideology with these people, and a belief that they just want to return with a V to like some forgotten fucking time. You know, the ideological incoherencies of the fucking fascism. So like that's purely what it is. And then those same people have no issues with America exporting, no principles. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Penny. Because like that's what they basically want a return to. But guess what? Like, if you further isolate yourselves by doing tariffs, and I've talked about this before, the reason why a lot of like countries do not buy shit from America is because America just makes terrible fucking products, and Trump's not putting in any of the necessary regulations in order to make that any fucking better. In fact, he's going to take away more and more regulations to incentivize people to try to build here. But you need people to buy your products if you want to build an export fucking economy. And if nobody likes America, how the fuck are you expecting them to buy the fucking products that you want them to buy so much? Like, it's just, it's just fucking nonsensical to me, mostly. Like, that's what it's just like an incoherent fucking fascistic babble, because in reality, that's what these people want. It's all just like stupid 3 IQ fascist bullshit.
Came to similarly positive conclusions about free trade, but had a different approach which ended up burying the caveats. Instead of engaging in observations about the economic and moral world, Ricardo decided to formulate precise theories of how the economy works. He was one of the first to create a proof of how free trade can benefit everyone. This was known as comparative advantage. Ricardo's proof of the concept was a simple 2x2 matrix which depicted trade between England and Portugal, each of which produced both wine and cloth. 2 countries, each producing 2 goods. Ricardo set out to prove the counterintuitive result that even if one country was better at producing everything than the other, trade was still beneficial. In his example, Portugal produces both wine and cloth more cheaply than England does. The rows show each country, while the columns show the hours of labour required to produce each commodity. England can make a box of cloth with 100 labour hours, or, alternatively, make a barrel of wine with 120 hours. Portugal...
Because if I recall correctly, labor hours also includes, like, the time needed in order to bring in the sort of products that are necessary. Like, for example, like, Portugal has probably a much better climate suited to be able to grow wine in comparison to England. It's not that England can't do it, it's just that the sort of necessary environment in order to be able to make wine or fucking cloth, for example, is just not as well suited in comparison to fucking Portugal, for example, right? Like, that's the fucking discrepancy. Which means in order to be able to counteract that discrepancy, you decide to have trade policy and you have free trade with those particular countries. I have now done the basic explanation for the benefits of free trade.
Can make a box of cloth with 90 labour hours or a barrel of wine with 80. Clearly, Portugal is better at both. It takes fewer labour hours to make the same amount of cloth and of wine as England. As the converse of what Adam Smith said about outsourcing things you're not as good at, why go elsewhere if you're better at everything? Common sense would guess that Portugal should just produce wine and cloth and not trade with England. Ricardo proved that common sense is wrong. It's kind of easy to see that England should go for cloth. This is the most productive they can be, even if they're worse than Portugal.
So, I mean, what's the interesting part?
The more interesting insight is that Portugal is more productive when it makes only wine, because that takes fewer labour hours. Portugal can produce 1 box of cloth and 1 barrel of wine with 170 labour hours, which is much better than England. It would take 220 labour hours for my country to produce the same. Ricardo's counterintuitive insight was that if Portugal instead produces 2 barrels of wine with only 80 workers each, it can trade one of its barrels for a box of cloth. Now, it will have 1 barrel of wine and 1 box of cloth again, but it will only have expended 160 labour hours. Compared to producing one of each, it will have saved 10 hours of labour for other uses. This can be hard to wrap your head around. In his best-selling economics textbook, Greg Mankiw reframes this as an individual issue. He asks if LeBron James should mow his own lawn instead of playing basketball. Presumably, LeBron's athleticism would imply he is better at the task than many lawnmowers.
Okay, so basically the idea there would be, why should they, I don't know, if instead of just like spending and expending extra fucking hours on a bunch of extra tasks, you know, instead of doing all the extra necessary bullshit in order to produce both a box of wine and a box of fucking cloth, you can just make 2 barrels of wine, which will save you about 10 hours, and you can just grab a piece of cloth from fucking England. It's like, oh, I just saved myself 10 hours. But wouldn't, technically speaking, the inverse also be true? Because it takes longer for England to produce that piece of fucking cloth, right? Because in that example, what? It took about 100 hours for England to produce that fucking piece of cloth in comparison? It's a little interesting. I guess this is also like... I guess to put like another potential angle into this is... I guess in like a foreign policy perspective, it would be pretty good to help, because like free trade in the sort of capitalist economy is probably the main reason why not everyone's gone to fucking war, because again, if you go to war, you lose those free trade business opportunities that a lot of the rich and the bourgeoisie in a lot of these different countries ostensibly benefit way more from. So they, generally speaking, are not big fans of war, because that means business opportunities can potentially get interrupted. Like, I mean, we all know what's going on with the Russians right now with their oil and gas sort of ventures in businesses. A lot of that is having problems because of the sanctions and the wars that they're having. But, you know, that's a little bit of a different story. If we are for, I guess, like, general sort of, like, stability in the global economy, given the current capitalist paradigm that we find ourselves under. Generally speaking, like, it's been done through free trade. And this is I've also brought up this point before, right? Like, yeah, like, in terms of I was going to say moderating force. I don't know if that's, like, correct to say. Yeah, in terms of the force that exists nowadays in order to make sure that everyone's not at each other's throats, a lot of people would be losing a lot of business opportunities, and that's just not going to be beneficial for anyone. That and, like, of course, mutually assured destruction, but, you know, that's a whole other different can of worms.
Yet it's clear LeBron's time is best spent playing basketball, through which he can earn the money to pay a lawnmower. Just like Portugal in our example, even though he is universally better at both tasks, specializing and trading is the most efficient use of his time.
The family name is my legacy to you. I got it from my father, and he got it from his father, and he traded a mule for it. And that mule went on to save spring break.
There were several advantages Ricardo's argument for free trade had over Smith's. One, the use of numbers lent an air of science to his work. This rode the coattails of the increasingly successful physical sciences, which Ricardo wanted to emulate, and which made heavy use of mathematics. Two, the theory was clear in its conclusion. Whereas Smith seemed somewhat contradictory on the topic and could be interpreted in multiple ways, the model's message was one of unambiguous support for free trade. Three, Ricardo's arguments were very much in line with what the powers that be wanted to hear. Whereas Smith had been somewhat critical of the British Empire, Ricardo more or less ignored it and arguably provided a smokescreen for the British to...
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, sycophancy with the monarchy. Yeah, okay. You can't be a fucking critic because the monarch's not gonna like it as much. Yeah. Everyone hates a fucking critic, kind of a deal. That makes sense.
To pursue their own interests. More on this later. The consequence is that it's difficult to overstate quite how influential comparative advantage has been. Mankiw, who was also an advisor to George W. Bush, wrote, "The central argument for free trade has not changed much in the past 2 centuries and is still largely based on the principle of comparative advantage." In 1990, Paul Krugman called comparative advantage Ricardo's difficult idea, stating that most critics of free trade simply didn't understand it and pleading with economists to do a better job explaining it to the ignorant critics like they were children. In an earlier article reflecting on free trade, Paul Krugman had written,
"Dude, you're just like a heckin' stupid idiot. Just learn how to explain it better, forehead. I'm clearly better at explaining it, forehead." Yeah, dude, this is a very, very effective argument.
If there were an economist's creed, it would surely contain the affirmations, "I understand the principle of comparative advantage," and "I advocate free trade."
As late as 2017, the economic historian Deirdre McCloskey claimed, "The pattern of trade is determined solely by comparative advantage." There were critics from the days of Ricardo to the present day, but they were all swept up by the tide of triumphalism about the global economy during the 1990s and 2000s, when Ricardo's ideas were being lifted up.
Want the benefits of free trade? Food is cheaper. Yes. Food is cheaper. Clothes are cheaper, steel is cheaper, cars are cheaper. Phone service is cheaper. You feel me building a rhythm here? That's because I'm a speechwriter. I know how to make a point.
Toby.
It lowers prices, it raises income. You see what I did with lowers and raises there?
Yes.
It's called the science of listener attention. We did repetition, we did floating opposites, and now you end with the one that's not like the others. Ready? Free trade stops wars. And that's it. Free trade stops wars.
Shows like The West Wing celebrated the age of US-led globalization, governed by technocratic bodies committed to free trade. As Tobias reminded us, free trade is often very good for consumers, and it can help relationships between countries too. His dismissiveness of the protesters is a perfect representation of how economists saw critics of free trade. But since that era of 90s and noughties optimism, a few facts have become undeniable, and now seem to have sparked big policy changes. It seems that trade both reflects and reinforces the power of different groups. Domestically, trade agreements have favoured the richest, with many communities in rich and middle-income countries suffering, while those at the top prosper. Workers in traditional manufacturing lose their jobs, corporations gain the right to sue governments for regulating them. On the international level, modern globalization has led to the rise of China as a geopolitical entity, with its economic and military power threatening the US-led global order. It is likely that some of modern US policy is motivated by the desire to hurt China, even if it costs the US too. This has highlighted that power and politics are never far from a trade deal. Inequality, politics, and power, all of which are notably absent from Ricardo's 2x2 matrix. Let's go over the evidence for them in more detail.
So yeah, just like because that was the thing that I mentioned earlier. I guess I just accidentally debunked the exact same fucking thing that Ricardo said, because I was just like, well, you know, if engaging in like a lot of free trade fucking policy is also meant to help ingratiate other countries in terms of like relationships with one another on like the global fucking stage. I guess I just did that, but kind of by accident, I guess.
You know what the trouble is, Brucey? We used to make shit in this country, build shit. Now we just put our hand in the next guy's pocket.
There has been plenty of cultural commentary about the decline of manufacturing in the USA. The underrated Series 2 of The Wire, set in 1990s Baltimore, depicts ports that are starved of work, with insufficient hours causing individual workers to turn to petty crime, while insufficient revenues cause unions and bosses to turn to organized crime. Of course, such casual observation was never good enough for economists, who remained cheerleaders for free trade throughout this period. This was despite the fact that they had built on Ricardo's ideas, and most contemporary models of free trade did show that it could hurt workers as certain industries were outcompeted. Economist Danny Roderick has long been a careful critic of what he calls hyperglobalization, which he argues is damaging to democracy. According to Roderick, countries should be allowed to pursue their own political goals, and if this means spending, regulation, or even some tariffs, there's no reason a commitment to free trade should override democratic desire. In addition, such desire may reflect genuine problems caused by free trade that are missed by the model. Roderick summarized economists' attitudes better than anyone else. He asked what would happen if a news reporter were to phone an economist and ask whether free trade is a good idea.
We can be fairly certain about the kind of response you will get. Oh yes, free trade is a great idea, the economist will immediately say, possibly adding, and those who are opposed to it either do not understand the principle of comparative advantage, or they represent...
Well, I mean, here's the thing also with economists, where politics, I think, also comes in a little bit here, because the meme of, like, a lot of economists generally tending to be conservative is very, 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 like, prominent. Like, very, very often, a lot of these motherfuckers tend to be very fucking conservative, right? So, that's also, like, another factor that I think comes into play here is the politics of these people as well.
The selfish interest of certain lobbies, such as labor unions.
Roderick then asked whether, if reporters infiltrated a graduate school seminar on trade and asked the exact same question, they'd get a similar answer.
I doubt the question will be answered as quickly and succinctly this time around. The professor is in fact likely to be stymied and confused by the question. What do you mean by good? She may ask. Good for whom? If the reporter student looks puzzled, she will add, as we will see later in this course, in most of our models, free trade makes some groups better off and others worse off. If this gets disappointed look, she will then expand, but under certain conditions, and assuming we can tax the beneficiaries and compensate the losers, freer trade has the potential to increase everyone's well-being.
Whether protesters, journalists, or heterodox economists, critics of free trade were roundly dismissed. Soft cultural commentary like The Wire would have been deemed fun, but inadmissible as evidence. This is despite the fact that most economists knew in their hearts that things were more complicated than Ricardo, and that other values may reign over economic efficiency. As Roderick has stated, there is a difference between what economists teach and what they preach. I'm telling you this because it is necessary context for the study I'm about to show you by David Autor & Co. The study is a heavily quantitative look at the impact of increased trade with China on workers in the USA. They find that Chinese imports have a substantial negative impact across a whole bunch of indicators, mostly for low-paid workers in manufacturing. Without the aforementioned context, this can seem like much ado about nothing. Why should we go over a paper proving that globalization has negatively impacted poorer workers, especially in former manufacturing communities? That seems quite obvious. People lost their jobs because their jobs were outsourced, which led to unemployment, poverty, and health issues. We might wonder why economists like Paul Krugman didn't pay these places a visit as opposed to just reaffirming their understanding of comparative advantage. Obviously, their perspective seems both blind and arrogant from 2025. We can all agree that economists should get their shoes dirty once in a while. But, to Steelman, there are good reasons for investigating these questions in depth. Firstly, what seems obvious to our eyes may simply be untrue. During the 2024 US election, Democrats suffered because people overestimated crime while underestimating the performance of the economy. Complain all you like in the comments, this was just true. Going back to globalization...
No, he's correct here. Yeah, 1000%. People, like, God, the fucking hyperfixations on, like, fucking crime and shit was so fucking stupid. It was like... It's like, what are we, fucking back in the 90s or something? Why the fuck are we complaining about any of this shit? That's, like, definitely one of the fucking reasons why... Yeah, 1000%.
The outsourcing of manufacturing may have happened even without trade deals with China. This figure shows the share of manufacturing in employment in the USA from 1939 to 2014. There is an obvious downward trend, but it's not immediately obvious where the China shock is. Would manufacturing just have declined anyway, either by moving to other countries than China, else by factories closing down if they couldn't relocate? Second, these approaches allow us to be precise. What exactly is affected by trade? Unemployment, wages, health, suicides? Who is affected? Manufacturing workers, related industries, low-income workers, everyone? What are the magnitudes of these effects? Third, sometimes being systematic and using data reveals things we didn't know were there, especially policy solutions.
Oh man, that's your solution to everything. Move under the sea. It's not gonna happen.
One of the difficulties with research like this is that so much is going on in the global economy at once, and it's all interlinked. As the authors point out, trade deals like NAFTA, which was with Mexico, were only agreed after a massive increase in investment. Corporations lobbied for the deal only after the investment took place, so it's hard to say the increase in trade was solely due to the agreement. The agreement happened because trade was growing. In the case of China, things are a little different. China entered the global...
Yeah, so because of the fact... Yeah, that's very, very common, right? With, like, a lot of corporations, right? If they see if they're able to see guaranteed returns for something, they are more likely to fucking support it, right? Like, it's the same shit with, like, all the Abunda fucking bullshit, right? The reason why Abunda shit doesn't basically fucking work, to be quite honest, is because of the fact that a lot of developers and a lot of fucking landlords rather, want to see some form of guaranteed return on their fucking investment for a lot of their, I guess, like housing sort of ventures. It's because they're greedy and they want a bunch of money in return. That's what it is.
Market quite suddenly after decades of isolation under Chairman Mao. As the study documents, observers underestimated China, with economists and newspapers guessing that trade with the country would only be small. In actuality, China's entry into the global economy was massive, plus it was concentrated in manufacturing, which again helps with isolating the impact. China was therefore a big, sharp, sudden, unexpected shock to US manufacturing. This graph shows you the US current account balance, exports minus imports, and China's current account balance from 1985 to 2012. You can see that around the turn of the millennium, the US starts importing much more than it exports, and that around the same time, China starts exporting much more than it imports. The current accounts mirror each other, which is expected because we know this is when China started exporting more to the USA. As China's exports were the US's imports, and as this was a substantial part of the trade for both countries, this graph is intuitive, although it doesn't prove anything, nor does it tell us anything about the consequences. What they do in the paper is to look at small...
I guess it's like the reason is it's the byproduct of all the excuse me. It's the byproduct of China entering the global economy and essentially becoming a fucking manufacturing hub because of the fact that a bunch of American businesses wanted to ship all the jobs overseas there for the express purpose of, wanted to make a bunch more fucking money. Daho, are you trying to tell me that a bunch of corporations wanted to pay a lot less fucking money to a bunch of domestic workers simply due to the fact that they know that they can get a much... I was gonna say better deal. I'm trying to think of what the best word would be to use here. Much cheaper labor. Yeah. Much cheaper labor when trying to use a bunch of like cheaper Chinese labor in comparison to that of the much more expensive more regulated, for lack of a better term, not unionized, because a lot of the unions at this point have been like basically fucking destroyed, but a lot more protected. That's the term I want. Yeah, the significantly more fucking protected American labor force in comparison. I'm shocked.
All regions in the US which are called commuting zones. That's right, even American data sets are somehow annoying. What this little map shows are the areas that are the most exposed to trade, which are darker brown. Naturally, manufacturing tends to be more exposed to trade because it's stuff. This map actually shows which type of manufacturing industries are more exposed to trade from China. As the authors put it, Alabama has a lot of heavy industry which isn't that vulnerable to foreign trade, whereas neighboring Tennessee has a lot of furniture manufacturing, which is exposed to Chinese competition. By looking at which areas are more exposed to trade, they can see the impact on workers, industries, and communities. And it's bad news. Autor et al. Find that a $1,000 increase in imports from China in a given commuting zone reduces employment in manufacturing by 0.6 percentage points. Percentage points means you can compare this easily to total population. So if 20.6 of the population were employed in manufacturing in Tennessee, $1,000 more in imports from China would reduce that to 20%. Increases overall unemployment by 0.22 percentage points. For context, unemployment usually hovers around 5 to 10% in the USA. Increases the number of people out of the labor force by 0.55 percentage points. That means they've given up on finding work altogether. Reduces average annual wages by $213 among the employed, concentrated on the low earning. Increases government transfers by $60 per person. This last one relates to my third point about quantitative research and policy. It allows us to design government spending to ameliorate the specific negative effects of these trade deals. They unpack this further in this figure by looking at each item of government spending. As you might expect, unemployment benefits and other income assistance rise. So too, do disability and retirement benefits.
Yeah, because a bunch of people can't find jobs because of the fact that, it's all being essentially replaced with a bunch of, cheap Chinese fucking goods. Right? That's the basic gist of it, because of the fact that a bunch of cheaper stuff is now easier to make, because a lot of corporations can be like, well, why should we produce any of this stuff over here where it's way more expensive when we can just go to fucking China that has a much more, I guess, amenable sort of labor pool, I guess, that's going to be cheaper for them to buy. And by them, I mean all the corporations and the rich, right?
rise as people basically give up the ghost and drop out of work entirely. But the biggest impact is on medical benefits, which is extremely important from a policy perspective.
All in all, trade with China may have cost 2 million American jobs, and some of these effects fall on things we might not expect, not just employment and wages, but on health and retirement. We can imagine a trade agreement which boosted or adapted these government policies to help those who lost out. That's why this research is not entirely stating the obvious.
Though I do have to reiterate that watching Dope Sick will tell you basically the same thing, and be much more enjoyable than reading this paper. Yes, I am doing a bit where I imply that watching TV series will make you more right about the economy than the average public-facing economist was in the 90s and noughties. Plus, you can't help laughing at economists sometimes. The paper contains this gem.
Allowing for geographic labor immobility runs counter to the belief that U.S. regional labor markets are integrated seamlessly. However, there is mounting evidence that the movement of labor across U.S. cities and states in the aftermath of changes in regional labor demand is slow and incomplete.
In English, they assumed for a long time that displaced workers could move seamlessly from manufacturing jobs in Alabama to tech.
Oh, yeah, I've talked about this concept before. Yeah, the failures of the abilities for it's the learn to code fucking bullshit, right? Yeah, basically they assumed that a bunch of people could somehow forehead learn how to fucking code when that's just like stupid. Yeah, it's learn to fucking code. It's rearing its fucking ugly head right here. Yeah. A lot of like economists and people within power were just like, dude, if you just learn to code forehead and you just know how to code forehead, therefore you can just get another like comfortable middle class existence, when that's just not the fucking case. Like, guys, it turns out coding's actually really, really fucking hard.
Jobs in California. But as of 10 years ago, they're realizing that's not always possible. Thanks, economists. Of course, it's not just America. Autor et al. Note that similar analysis has shown that British workers have struggled with lower employment and earnings after being exposed to competition from China, as have those in Denmark. These effects were concentrated on those with lower incomes. Germany has done relatively well owing to its globally competitive manufacturing industry, but that too has been waning as Germany falls behind in the electric vehicle race. Contrary to popular narratives, it's not just richer countries either. Latin America has struggled with the rise of China, with countries of Brazil going from a promising manufacturing hub to stagnant, highly unequal, and corrupt. Brazil hugely expanded its manufacturing sector from 1960 to 1980, over which time GDP per person increased by 140%. Had this continued until 2000, Brazil would be richer than most European nations today. In reality, its GDP increased by only 20% as the country's industry flatlined. Brazil was a leader in both vehicles and electronics, and although these industries remain, they are nowhere near the powerhouses they once promised to be. The country has instead relied on booms in raw commodities such as iron, meat, soy, and oil, some of which directly fueled industrialization in East Asia. Many will be screaming that we shouldn't treat China's growth solely in terms of its negative consequences for other countries. That's true. Its rise has been seismic and has lifted 1 billion people out of poverty. China makes an outsized contribution to most of the global poverty reduction that has been celebrated over the past few decades.
That's true.
At the same time, treating the negative consequences as incidental or inevitable dodges the crucial question we are raising in this video. What if trade policies were designed to harness the good while vanquishing the bad? Free trade hurts workers in Detroit, it hurts them in Sao Paulo, it hurts them in Copenhagen, it hurts them in rural France. You see me building to a rhythm here? Free trade lowers incomes and raises prices. We've done repetition, we've done floating opposites. Now are you ready for the one that's not like the others?
If economists ruled the world, there would be no need for a World Trade Organization. The economist's case for free trade is essentially a unilateral case. A country serves its own interests by pursuing free trade regardless of what other countries may do.
Economists across the aisle have been united on this view of trade as a neutral, technocratic agreement that doesn't require those pesky human institutions. Milton Friedman thought that the average free trade deal should be only 1 page long and basically just say, we will trade freely.
In Ricardo's dream, Nat Dyer traces all of these arguments back to David Ricardo and his bare-bones 2x2 matrix. Comparative advantage appears as an ahistorical, pseudo-mathematical proof of the benefits of trade. And yet, there's a bit more to the story. Recall that the 2x2 matrix contained England and Portugal selling wine and cloth. This wasn't accidental. As he looked back over the previous century from the vantage point of 1807, Ricardo picked an example that was historically relevant. The Methuen Treaty had been signed in 1703 and specified that tariffs should be removed for English cloth in Portugal and lowered on Portuguese wine in England. In other words, the Methuen Treaty was the basis of Ricardo's model. Krugman and Friedman would have been very happy with the Methuen Treaty. It was a free trade agreement that was only a few pages long. Economist Tim Harford once described it as one of his favorite trade deals. Pure economic efficiency.
Right? One could argue that there are a couple of things missing from both the treaty and Ricardo's representation of it. As far as places go, Brazil and West Africa were missing. And as far as goods go, you may see where I'm going with this, they were missing gold. And slaves.
You see...
Yeah, they were missing a bunch of stuff because of, like, colonialism at this point, right? Because this was signed during the 1700s. Yeah, slaves. Guys, they forgot about the SQ, the slavery question.
Trade at the time was a complex network that involved multiple trips across the Atlantic. British ships would sail to Africa and buy or capture slaves. These captives would be transported to Brazil, where they would be forced to mine for gold, usually until they died. That gold was transported to Portugal, where it was used to pay for the cloth from England.
The classic example is this: England and Portugal exchanging cloth and wine, and you do the sums and it shows that both countries gain, and there's a gain in productivity overall. But as you say, that excludes the entire real history of England and Portugal and these treaties. And the fact that England was massively the more dominant naval power and used its naval power to essentially extract the terms that it wanted from Portugal. So Portugal...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually, that's such a good fucking point, because it's just like, we like... If I recall correctly, there was a lot of instances of competition within the Caribbean between the Portuguese Navy and the British Navy, and consistently throughout history, who won out in terms of those, I guess, skirmishes, it was always the fucking British Navy. They ended up winning out in terms of the naval sort of fight there, and also including against the Spanish as well, right? Like, guys, it turns out that the island nation that is just a fucking island may be invested within its fucking naval capabilities, for the fact that it's just a big fucking goddamn island. Who would have thought such a thing could be possible, guys?
Portugal did start to export more wine, eventually port to the UK, and England exported tons of cloth. But there was a massive, trade gap for decades and decades, and Portugal made that up through Brazilian gold. There was this huge gold rush, and the Brazilian gold, this is a story I tell in the first third of the book, was actually dug mainly by enslaved Africans. And even some of the cloth that came down to Portugal only kind of touched base in Portugal before then going down to the West African coast. So I came to see this England and Portugal trade actually as a bit of an appendix to the triangular trade, to the Atlantic economy, rather than this sort of shining example of why trade is good for everyone.
Once you know this history, how significant does the cloth and wine part seem? Like, imagine if you had a 4x4 matrix which included gold and slaves as commodities and West Africa and Brazil as locations. Imagine showing this to introductory economics students. And if your response is, that's too complicated to show to first-year students or to journalists, then you're missing the point. Just have gold, slaves, West Africa, and Brazil. That's a 2x2 matrix. Why is this less relevant than just cloth, wine, England, and Portugal? The magnitude of the things Ricardo left out is striking. In the year the Methuen Treaty was...
I think that was also the same thing that I also mentioned quickly. It's like, yeah, there seems like there's a lot of context that's missing. It seems like context is kind of important. I can't believe that my heckin' context-areno has been left out by my heckin' super-based English fucking economists, dude. I can't believe they would leave out context like this.
Was signed, several tons of gold, around £2.3 million worth in today's money, was transported from Brazil to Portugal after being mined by slaves, and this continued to grow every year. 5 million slaves were taken from West Africa to Brazil, 10 times more than landed in North America. Once in Brazil, the average lifespan of a gold mining slave was 12 years at most. 12 years. In Brazil, they still regularly find human remains where slaves were buried en masse, and a majority of the population can trace their heritage back to slaves. The country was the epicenter of the transatlantic slave trade, more so than the USA at this stage, although the USA would go on to have more home-born slaves over the next few hundred years. As well as moral significance, is how indispensable all of this was to the trade between England and Portugal. Portugal simply would not have been able to pay for the cloth without the gold. It would not have had the gold if not for the slaves. And once Portugal bought English cloth, it re-exported large quantities of it, up to 85% at its peak, to pay for more slaves in West Africa.
That just sounds like slavery with extra steps!
The parts Ricardo left out were an integral part of the trade system, and they raised questions that he wanted to gloss over. My point isn't that all trade is literally slavery.
Oh my god, I can't believe my heckin' Areno, English economist Areno, decided to gloss over the slavery. Fucking classic, guys.
Although watching The West Wing maybe. If you do want to learn about Brazil's relationship with the global economy, just watch The Invisible City instead. My point is that from before the days of Ricardo, trade was hopelessly intertwined with power and politics. To his credit, Adam Smith spoke out against the Methuen Treaty, which he considered unequal. He claimed that it locked in a pattern of trade which benefited a narrow set of producers, but would harm the general public. Smith also pleaded for the European countries to free their colonies. He despised colonial corporations like the East India Company. Ricardo, for his part, tended to...
I can't believe that heckin' Adam Smith is such a fucking... Dude, fucking liberals who claim Adam Smith nowadays are always going to be, like, nonsensical to me, dude. Like... he was against colonialism, he hated landlords, he hated all these, like, fucking, the laissez-faire capitalism that fucking existed. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
To ignore all of this and just cheerlead for free trade, although he was against slavery. But the thing is, his view is untenable even if you restrict your purview to Europe. As many historians have noted, despite Portugal and Spain's brutal subjugation of Latin America, they didn't really get rich from colonialism. The gold and silver went straight through their countries to Britain and France. Although Portugal did not see its people enslaved and its natural resources pilfered, it was also, in many ways, a victim of English colonialism. The amount of gold circulating in England tripled over the 18th century, while Portuguese manufacturers were decimated and the country's per capita income stagnated. Why did they accept this? It turns out that the seemingly concise Methuen Treaty was signed at a time when Europe was constantly at war. Specifically, the context of the Second 100-Year
I was about to say it's the 100-Year War. Yeah, I mean, it's the fucking 100-Year War. I love the 100-Year War fucking rearing its fucking ugly goddamn head yet again. Classic.
Years' war between France and England meant that Portugal needed protection. As political economist Susan Strange documented,
the freer exchange of British wool and woolen goods for Portuguese wine was acceptable to the British government only because it perceived an urgent need for the defensive protection of the Royal Navy. The Portuguese must have guessed that the result of the increased trade with England would be the ruin of many honest, hard-working Portuguese weavers. Yet, the price had to be paid, because the treaty promised greater security for the state. It was not primarily a commercial agreement.
No, wait, you're telling me I'm learning economics that the fucking state will do anything possible in order to ensure its own fucking security at the cost of the fucking people? No, I never would have thought such a thing could be possible. Boy Meets Minnie, did you think that was the case? I didn't think that was the case at all whatsoever.
In fact, the Methuen Treaty was the last of three. The first two were military agreements in which Portugal pledged 28,000 troops for the war on France, subsidised by England. The first of these subsidies was paid only after the third cloth and wine trade deal had been signed. So the supposedly neat few-page-long trade agreement between England and Portugal in 1703 wasn't really a few pages. There were two preceding agreements, and these were not for trade, but for military alliance.
Economists, I feel like this is some very important context that you guys might be leaving out. Oh no. Oh no. God. I can't believe that this is the basis of a lot of fucking modern economic fucking thought. And a lot of this gets fucking attributed to Adam Smith as well, even though he fucking disagreed with this. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What a fucking shit show, man. If there is one thing that has always been fucking consistent, it's, man, a lot of conservatives are not capable of reading history. Very, very consistent.
What's more, Portugal signed it knowing that their textiles industry would suffer because they put politics before economics. All of this was done under the protection of Britain, which then controlled the seas.
Hardly sounds like free trade at this point, does it?
Sounds coercive to me.
I am one of the unfortunate souls who has played Victoria 3. I do gaming streams on my second channel every Friday, and you should come and watch. We can chat about economics. Under capitalism, the produce belongs to the capitalist, and then they pay you, right? Whereas under feudalism, it belongs to you, and then it's appropriated. Understandably, many of my viewers like it when I play economics-y games, so I've given Victoria 3 a go. You play as the disembodied spirit of a country and manage it politically, economically, and militarily. I have been toying with the idea of invading Uruguay and maybe Paraguay. There's a lot of thought and detail gone into it. It has some realism. For instance, you can easily have a supply chain crisis. All sounds like a good fit for me. Except that the game does my head in. The endless notifications, the unnecessary complexity and minutiae. But we can import, right? Whoa, what's just happened to my budget? The one more DLC, bro. I swear, just one more expansion and it will be playable. Anyway, one of the options in Victoria...
Don't get me fucking started on like Rome Total War, dude. Or not, Warhammer Total War. Jesus Christ, yeah. One more DLC, bros. More factions, bros.
Victoria 3, when you're engaging in diplomacy, is to damage relations with a country. I like the way the Netherlands are still really nice to us. Damage relations? Damage relations. Belgium. You got a damage relations, haven't you? I always wondered what this would look like in reality. I guess I envisaged a physical attack on a line drawn between two countries, but that doesn't make much sense now that I say it out loud. Like, you can't actually do that.
So, if you look at that...
Donald Trump...
Okay, that was really funny.
Trump has resolved my confusion by openly damaging
Fake news.
relations with a number of countries, including his allies. His strategy seems to be a combination of insulting countries and enacting tariffs on them. You know, the stick and the stick. What Trump 2 has shown is that we have exited the era of politically neutral trade. Of course, you now know that trade has never been politically neutral. Short, technocratic commercial trade agreements are merely the surface of a deep sea of shifting political and military alliances. What's clear is that Trump has seen the political nature of trade and is treating it as such. That doesn't mean what he's doing doesn't represent a massive shift, let alone that it's good. But it does mean that we have to reframe our ideas about neutral, technocratic trade because them days is over. In Debt, The First 5,000 Years, anarchist David Graeber describes trade among the Nambiquara of Brazil. They are a hunter-gatherer society and are split into bands of up to 100 people. These different bands sometimes trade with one another.
Occasionally, if one band spots the cooking fires of another in their vicinity, they will send emissaries to negotiate a meeting for purposes of trade. If the offer is accepted, they will first hide their women and children in the forest, then invite the men of the other band to visit camp. Each band has a chief. Once everyone has been assembled, each chief gives a formal speech praising the other party and belittling his own. Everyone puts aside their weapons to sing and dance together, though the dance is one that mimics military confrontation.
They then play a game where they pretend that the axe someone else wants is very dull. Oh god, this axe is old and worthless. Nobody could want this. They then argue angrily with each other. It culminates in them snatching the items from the other's hands. Naturally, there is ample opportunity for misunderstanding if you snatch an axe too soon. And it's not unheard of for the trades to break out into fights. Plus, even once the actual trades are concluded, the ceremony is not over.
The whole business concludes with a great feast at which the women reappear. But this too can lead to problems, since amidst the music and good cheer, there is ample opportunity for seductions. This sometimes leads to jealous quarrels. Occasionally, people would get killed.
Today, we...
Oh, so, like, basically, it's gonna be, it's similar, but not as, I suppose, quote-unquote, uncivilized, where you do your damaged relations, and you do your, I don't know, like, silly-ass fucking bullshit, and just do random belligerent nonsense where people just can't, like, really interact with one another. Where, I guess, instead of, like, the relations being damaged with like the click of or like the carrot and the stick just by like getting rid of a bunch of, I don't know, trade negotiations that have existed for like many years. It's just like one stupid belligerent asshole being a stupid belligerent fucking asshole. So honestly, that fucking David Graeber book, I think, does a pretty good it does a pretty good job at, I think, describing the sort of modern, like, systems of trade that currently exist. That's fucking funny, dude.
Trade all the time without thinking about it. There is little chance of you and your local shop owner getting into a quarrel or fight, nor of you concluding your purchase of chewing gum with a great feast. Digital transactions are even more impersonal, and contractual payments take place regularly without us even noticing. The money comes out of your account for 12 streaming services, and you can't even be bothered to take 2 minutes to cancel it on the website, let alone go to war. Although, after trying to cancel my Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, that may change. In any case, it's trade deals between countries that have always struck me as more similar to the Nambiquara. Like the chiefs of the tribes, leaders meet in grand settings and pose for all to see. They praise each other's countries and assure them that...
Yeah, they do the whole fucking song and dance, being like, I love Xi Jinping, he has such a big cock. I mean, what? I didn't say he has a big cock. Like, I'm just a big fan of Xi Jinping. He's one of my best friends or something. Yeah, and like all these like dumbasses will pretend to get along with one another, but in reality they all just fucking hate each other's guts. And I guess this is why the whole sort of the self-sufficiency idea is like it's making a lot more fucking sense to me now. I'm gonna be quite honest, because I think we're like starting to enter an era where I think people just want to be fucking assholes to each other once again. I think that's what it is. Like I'm reducing it quite a lot here. Okay, I'm simplifying, I think, quite significantly here. But I think we might be getting into a sort of time and an era where people are they just want to be pricks to one another, man.
That they are reliable and trustworthy allies. People pore over the minutiae of the deals to make sure everyone is getting what they want. After all, getting what you want is the basis of trading, no? It's also hard to see the current tariff war with China as not hopelessly intertwined with the possibility of real war, or not to see Brazil and China's commitment to free trade in 2024 as a political statement about moving away from a US-led world. As I write this, Trump has tried to use tariffs to interfere in Brazil's domestic affairs and get Bolsonaro out of jail, to which Brazil responded by putting an ankle bracelet on him so he couldn't leave the house. I fucking love Brazil. Bolsonaro will be there until he dies, which from the looks of things will be quite soon. As for the sex, you can't convince me World Trade Organization meetings don't get a bit randy. Come on. These guys fuck. Yeah, as Paul Krugman said, maybe there shouldn't be a WTO. Maybe trade should just be brief technocratic agreements, or no agreements whatsoever, because each country unilaterally abandons any tariffs or trade management policies because total free trade is in their individual interest. Maybe all of this ceremony is just a relic of a bygone era of human society where we didn't understand comparative advantage. You might not be expecting this, but I think he has a point. Modern trade agreements are prohibitively long and filled with impenetrable legalese. What's more...
Yeah, I totally agree with this, because it's... I think that's kind of like on purpose, right? It's supposed to be like unintelligible on purpose, so then nobody can fucking understand it. So if there is like someone who violates the fucking trade agreement, it can be like a whole like rigmarole fucking-McGee kind of a deal when it comes to like the lawsuits or something in order to protect these sort of like free trade of all these like different countries. Like at least that's how it just kind of feels like to me, I think. I could be completely wrong there.
While they often tend to hurt workers, hide power relations, and leave economies unprepared for catastrophe, these days they have a whole bunch of explicit clauses favouring the rich. Western companies have been pushing for stronger intellectual property laws for a long time. In 1995, their wish was granted with trade-related intellectual property rights, or TRIPS. This pushed the length of patents to 20 years, where it had previously been as low as...
Dude, I fucking hate intellectual fucking property, man. Like, we want to talk about the stifling of creativity and why the economy has generally gotten fucking worse for everybody. Fucking goddamn intellectual fucking property rights, dude. God, that shit's so fucking dog shit. But unfortunately, we have to fucking have that in our current capitalist fucking economy, because if intellectual property rights were done away with, oh man, people would just be like going around just like stealing everyone's fucking shit constantly. It would be like a complete like Wild West of just who the fuck owns anything, who cares about any of this bullshit. I guess this is why like AI is like such a big like deal as well in terms of like intellectual property rights, because the thing with AI is that it just steals. Like, let's be honest here, it just fucking steals shit from other people, and it turns out that a lot of people do not like the fact that their property, or like artwork or other assets, gets stolen by a random fucking goddamn database out in the middle of, I don't know, middle of buttfuck nowheresville, somewhere in, I don't know, a really, really cool area to help with like cooling of all the fucking server racks or some shit. It turns out people don't really like all that shit all that much.
14. In many poorer countries, the laws were not enforced, but the WTO agreement changed that. This led to life-saving drugs being denied to the poorest in the world because patent laws kept prices high. Brazil, South Africa, and Thailand allowed the import of low-cost drugs and were legally punished by the US and WTO. Score 1 for free trade. Concessions were made after public backlash, most notably about treatment for AIDS. But the issue resurfaced with COVID, when the vaccine was pulled from poorer countries rather than waiver the intellectual property.
Bill Gates. Bill Gates is the dude who held like the intellectual property rights for a lot of fucking vaccine stuff, right? Because he had massive amounts of investments into fucking vaccines, right? That's a fucking thing that used to happen, right? Like, a lot of people had to suffer and die because of bullshit that happened with fucking Bill Gates, because he was more concerned about maintaining property rights. There's like a ton of reporting about this, not only done by the Majority Report, but also by like a bunch of other like outlets talk about like, so why are a lot of poorer countries not able to get their hands on the vaccines? Bill Gates. It was because of Bill Gates.
Rights. There are still lingering health and financial costs from these restrictions, a situation experts have called vaccine apartheid. Another, even more on-the-nose example of trade agreements favouring the Illuminati is the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, which allows corporations to sue governments for reducing their profits. More than 650 cases were filed between 2000 and 2015, including the Keystone oil pipeline cancellation in 2021 in the US, $7 million in damages for Bilcon when the Canadian government stopped them from blasting basalt in an area with an endangered species of whale, $90.7 million awarded to American company Cargill after the Mexican government taxed them to protect Mexican industry and consumers, $1.3 billion awarded to Churchill Mining Company in Australia after the Indonesian government withdrew forged mining licenses from them. Forged, lowering of environmental standards in Hamburg, Germany, so that Swedish company Vattenfall could build a coal-fired power plant. It's not that none of the 650 cases are legitimate. Governments can treat businesses unfairly. But overriding environmental regulations to build a coal plant, finding poorer governments for enforcing anti-fraud laws, plus the whole thing uses a secret process outside official legal systems known as shadow courts. John the Duncan has a good video going into more.
Yeah, I've heard of this fucking shit before, where a bunch of it's basically like special fucking courts that exist only for the fucking goddamn like corporations. From like the basic gist that I've heard about this, but generally speaking, it's just like, oh, here's your special court to make all of your particular cases for as to why you got like fucked over by this like one country sort of policy and shit like that. Have fun with it, and generally speaking, those fucking courts heavily favor the corporations.
More detail on this. If you think this is some kind of leftist conspiracy, it was acknowledged by the free trade-loving Economist magazine that the ISDM could convince the public that international trade agreements are a way to let multinational companies get rich at the expense of ordinary people. Mainstream economist Jagdish Bhagwati, a long-time cheerleader for free trade, publicly criticized these deals on similar grounds in 1998. He called the elites who designed these deals the Wall Street Treasury Complex and charged that they'd hijacked free trade. He said that the WTO had been distorted and deformed into a royalty collection agency, and charged, the pretty face presented to us is, in fact, a mask that hides the warts and wrinkles underneath. Credit where credit's due. While Bagwati and, to a lesser extent, Paul Krugman might have spied that the lengthy trade deals struck in practice funneled money to a wealthy elite, they would still like to see shorter trade deals that live up to their ideal. Like I said, I've got some sympathy for this, but ultimately, it's a fantasy. Just like the Nambikwara, global trade is done by humans, and as humans, we tend to be concerned about what the impact of the trade will be on us, what it implies about us, and whether or not we are being treated fairly. Many economists believe that Ricardo's ideas about comparative advantage represent a decisive break with the old ideas.
Mentioning slavery, the classic economist's response would be, oh, that was nothing to do with the free trade era. That was the bad old mercantilist era when states were just motivated.
Yeah, that's like nonsensical, right? Like, transatlantic slave trade was still like hugely fucking prominent during those times. Obviously, America had a ton of fucking goddamn slaves. Indentured, like the British Raj still effectively had slavery. It was just called indentured servitude. Yeah, indentured fucking servitude. Yeah, get out of here with this fucking gobbledygook. Yeah, I don't know. You can like what's the fucking saying? You can polish a fucking turd till it has a shine, but it's still a fucking goddamn turd. Like, yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, sure, indentured servitude. That's totally not slavery. Whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. It's a complete nonsense, dude.
By gold, and everyone fought each other, and everyone was trying to grab each other's resources. And then Ricardo and Smith came along, and then they completely revolutionized policy. So then we had this enlightened state of win-win trade, where you gained by exchanging rather than conquest.
Mercantilists believed that a country gained from exporting because that brought in precious metals, while imports were a loss as you had to pay using gold and silver. So importing depleted precious metals while exporting augmented them. For Ricardo and for economists today, importing goods utilizes the resources of another country to free up your own resources for more efficient use. Is this not just true? Should we not just go for this? In 1703, when the Methuen Treaty was signed, this was a mercantile and slave-based system. Yet 100 years later, when Ricardo was writing, Britain was once again forcing a whole bunch of new arrangements onto Portugal and Brazil to keep the slaves and gold flowing, in a situation that very much echoed the Methuen Treaty.
Portuguese royal family fled Lisbon in 1807, guarded by the British Royal Navy. Before leaving, the royals had signed a secret deal with the British. When the Portuguese king arrived in South America, he made good on the agreement by declaring the country's ports open to the ships of any country. This ended Portugal's monopoly of Brazilian trade. 2 years later, in 1810, the two countries signed a preferential trade deal that reduced import duties on British goods entering Brazil. The British would only pay 15%, compared to 16% for the Portuguese and 24% for everyone else. British goods, excluded from Europe due to Napoleon's blockade, flooded into Brazil, including, according to legend, ice skates, shark fin corsets, and bed-warming pans. In exchange, Brazil provided raw materials produced with enslaved labour, much to the benefit of its white agricultural elites.
There's an argument that we never truly left the bad old days. Observers have long been aware that the pattern of trade is not neutral. Those who create the high-tech goods almost always have an advantage of those exporting raw materials. Ditto for those who control finance. Developing the cloth industry was a goal of Britain's for centuries, and it didn't come easily. Once the industry was developed, Britain was the workshop of the world, and everyone relied on them for their cloth. Meanwhile, India...
Especially, that was where you can correct me if I'm fucking wrong, that's where the steam engine was developed, right? It was all in fucking Britain, right? All of that was fucking British invention. The Industrial Revolution was the one that started in fucking in Britain, right? So I guess extensively it makes sense why Britain essentially became the main sort of manufacturing hub of the fucking world at that time. They technically invented all the machines that caused the boom of the manufacturing hub. If I recall correctly, they're the ones who made the fucking steam engine to begin with, so it makes sense. You know, all the looms necessary to weave the fucking cloth, well, the wool, or what have you, in order to make the cloth, blah, 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 blah. You get the basic gist of it.
Was deindustrialized, and its once famous cloth was no longer produced and sold.
When Ricardo was supporting apparently free trade, he was actually promoting the economic interests of the UK. And so I see much more continuation between mercantilism and free trade. You can even see it in the way that Ricardo personally was...
I mean, it was also like, it created like a new class instead of like the, I don't know, merchant class that used to exist before. It's like now... the wealthy sort of industrial owners instead, right? Like that's at least how I partially see it with like what's being explained to here, right? It's just a bunch of like wealthy dipshits who basically are just like, yes, well now we can essentially use all of these this cheap labor, this slave labor and whatnot in order to benefit significantly more in terms of our economic ventures. Yes.
was supporting British manufacturers exporting huge amounts of cloth to India at a time when Britain was the colonial power, again ignoring the power imbalances.
As primary goods like raw materials can usually be found elsewhere, something like cloth in the 18th century fetches better terms of trade than something like wine. As one politician put it of Great Britain,
"There would always be a limit to our greatness while we were growing our own supply of food, but we should always be increasing in wealth and power whilst we obtained part of it from foreign countries and devoted our manufactures to the payment of it."
A mercantilist charlatan? Hardly. This quote was none other than David Ricardo. Among the things Ricardo's 2x2 matrix does not leave room for is the fact that a country can become more capable of producing cloth, or any good. The labour hours required for production are static and fixed, with no development of industries over time in his model. Nor is there any room for quality. Apparently, Portugal's cloth at the time sucked. Nor is there any room for terms of trade, how countries reach some kind of agreement about what exchanges for what. Ricardo just assumed that. In other words, most of the interesting questions about trade policy are absent.
Tell you what, Bart.
That's so fucking funny. So the dude just threw a random Hail Mary. He's just like, that's probably good enough. And it's in the interest of the fucking royal crown and its economic interests. So, fuck it. Who cares? It's probably good enough for everyone. That's so fucking funny, dude.
Bart, I'll trade you the weight of a bowling ball on the 8th moon of Jupiter for my lunch for the weight of a feather on the 2nd moon of Neptune for your lunch. Well, okay, there you go.
In the 17th century, Britain used to complain that the Dutch were imposing free trade on them, so they put up numerous tariffs and barriers to nurture their own industry, preventing them from being flooded by Dutch goods. Then, in the 19th century, the US complained about Britain imposing free trade, and the Americans put up numerous barriers to nurture their own industries. Now, after decades of its own protectionism, China is preaching the virtues of free trade and criticizing the USA for no longer pursuing it. Now that it doesn't suit the US, they're disobeying the same WTO rules that they laid down. They can do this because they have the economic and political power. And to be fair, they had actually disobeyed WTO rules long before Trump.
Again, this applies equally to finance. The reason Jagdish Bhagwati called the deals the Wall Street Treasury Complex was that the Financial Services Agreement in 1997 locked in American and Western banks, who set up a unified lobby next to the WTO headquarters in Geneva. The agreement allowed them to do business unimpeded across the world, including in developing countries that were trying to nurture their own finance and industry, but had to face corporations with larger incomes than their countries.
Right, because of colonialism and whatnot. It's made it such that it is basically impossible for a lot of these smaller countries to be able to nurture and create any of their own fucking industries, considering the fact that, they had to just overthrow the yoke of all their fucking colonial oppressors first and foremost. So they never had an opportunity to be able to develop a lot of these industries into themselves. So they're inherently stuck at a fucking disadvantage, inherently.
Notice a pattern? Free trade generally suits countries that have internationally competitive industries. Like Portugal signing the Methuen Treaty in the 18th century, less competitive nations may find their industry overrun by these other countries and be locked into stagnation, stuck exporting raw materials to those who have high-tech industries. They may understandably be a bit miffed about this, which is why they typically only sign such agreements when they're under pressure. It's hard to say that even a short agreement is apolitical or deficient when British gunships are
And it's essentially the same thing Trump is trying to do right now. Right, he's trying to pressure a bunch of, because my buddy also fucking explained this to me. He's trying to force a bunch of people into agreeing to his terms in terms of the trade agreements, but everyone kind of acknowledges it's all paper tiger shit, and it's just no, they have nobody has any reasons at all to listen to a lot of the bullshit from the fucking US. That's so fucking goofy, man.
Stationed outside the city where it's being signed, and it's the third of a series of military and commercial agreements. Plus, it doesn't include the slaves and gold that are being taken from the rest of the world by force to fuel all of this. You can pretend there's no politics, but it defies credulity, and before too long, the politics will come back and bite you, as it has.
Often it was seen also that thought that free trade would lead to sort of greater global peace. But as Ha-Jun Chan and others have argued, that ignores the fact that a lot of these free trade deals with countries like China or elsewhere were only signed at the end of a barrel of a gun, gunboat diplomacy. And then I look at how America, which had generally been hostile to free trade right up until the 1930s and the 1940s, when they became the dominant power in the global system after 1945, embraced a freer type of trade.
It's fitting that the age of technocratic policy and free trade has taught us unequivocally that trade is, above all, a political beast. It should not be treated as separate from the rest of society and governance. The timeline throughout this video shows left-wing protesters and intellectuals pointing out the limits of trade in practice, then being dismissed and ignored by centrist technocrats who proceeded with the free trade model. Years or decades later, the far right rose up with some similar criticisms, and Autor et al. Eventually extended their analysis to show that trade with China, and with Mexico, was a predictor of Trump winning in 2016. With Trump too, economists like Justin Wolfers have taken to the news to reiterate basic arguments for the benefits of trade.
Part of Trump's announced strategy, it seems, is to balance out trade deficits with countries, or at least one aspect of this, balance out deficits with countries where we have one. But is there a legitimate economic future to negotiating through tariffs here, whether it's by the August deadline or if that one ends up moving too?
Yeah, so the underlying rationale for this is really quite extraordinary. The large tariffs are going on nations from whom the United States buys a lot, and they don't buy a lot of our stuff. In Trump's mind, that's being ripped off. But here's the thing to understand. In my local economy, I go to my local Trader Joe's all the time. I buy a lot from them. And on the way out, I say, hey, would you like to buy some economics lectures from me? Trader Joe's never says yes. So I buy a lot from them. They buy nothing from me. I have a massive trade deficit with Trader Joe's, but I guarantee you what won't help it is if I impose an extra tax on myself every time I go to Trader Joe's, and that's what a tariff is.
Colorado Governor
Yeah, because that doesn't make any fucking sense, because people, like, you have to go to the grocery store to buy a bunch of shit. By Trump's logic, everyone has a trade deficit with fucking Trader Joe's, for fuck's sake. Like, and now you have to impose, like, extra taxes on yourself for, like, no fucking reason. It's just like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Jared Polis similarly stated, tariffs are bad outright because they lead to higher prices and destroy American manufacturing. Trade is inherently good because both parties emerge better off from a consensual transaction.
Yeah, but yeah, Very Good's doing a lot of fucking heavy lifting there, because generally speaking, it's not been very good. I think I've talked about this before, but like most of like these trade deals that have been negotiated have only been for the benefits of a very select few of individuals, and it's been a consequence for literally everybody else, which is why like a lot of the trade agreements are bad. I guess we can like quibble about like, oh yeah, totally. Are there ways to like make it more equitable for people? Yeah, sure, but like that's not gonna fucking happen under the current like hyper commodified like capitalist framework that we currently exist under. That's not fucking happening anytime fucking soon. So it's just like, nah, like someone's gonna have to get fucked over somewhere, and I think it's gonna be, I know it's mostly gonna be probably the U.S. right now, because Trump's a fucking complete dumbass and he doesn't know what he's doing half the time.
Branko Milanovic has an interesting post where he chides his fellow economists for failing to make sense of Trump's policies. Like Wolfers and Polis, many have been reaffirming the basic Econ 101 principle that tariffs will hurt consumers and businesses. While partially true, this may miss a crucial point. Trump is trying to hurt China more than he is trying to benefit the USA. He probably knows about the
It's the whole idea of like the white nationalists wanting to hurt a minority population or someone who they perceive to be their enemy more so than wanting to hurt like, because if a little bit of pain is caused in the midterm and in the short term, that's fine so long as the other person gets hurt significantly more, which is why Trump consistently, when he was talking about his trade policies, were just like, well, look, I'm hurting China way more, and they're like suffering economically because of it, so you know, who gives a shit? China's eating more shit right now, so I don't give a fuck, you know? And that was the basic principle behind it, right?
Negative impacts on the US, but most modelling finds that the tariffs will hurt China more. They are still extremely dependent on exports of consumer goods to America and have been struggling to build up their own domestic consumer economy for a good decade or so. If Trump hurts China more than he hurts his own country, he may impact the relative rankings of their respective economies, which will give him political power. Even if
he wants to hurt other people more than, let's just like, yeah, like, listen, we'll have to suffer a little bit. We'll just have to suffer a little bit, but you know, as long as we're hurting the other guy way more. It's the whole like, it's the whole fascist sort of like conservative idea of just like, well, so long as I'm causing more pain to the other guy instead of myself, that's totally fine, and that's okay.
The economy declines. This kind of consideration is just not a part of mainstream economic thinking, and missing it is missing yet another key feature of modern globalization. You can say again and again that free trade is beneficial overall, but all you're doing is asserting one value over others: efficiency over security, justice, and freedom. Plus, you're ignoring the countless economic phenomena which are absent from theories like comparative advantage, from the political context to the rest of the trade system to the development of capacity over time. Thanks, economists.
Yay.
Is the point of this video that trade is bad? Some people will interpret it that way because some people are idiots. The point of this video is that trade is political. Free trade is an idea that simply doesn't make sense. In practice, trade has always come with risks and limitations. Negotiating trade deals means bringing these issues to the fore in a manner similar to the Nambikwara, who understood human nature better than most technocrats. Seemingly simple free trade agreements were only made possible by ignoring the stark political realities underneath them. If every country had an equal footing, we'd see plenty of trade, but it would rarely come without caveats and concessions based on democratic demand. If we don't bring these processes out into the open, then shadowy forces will rig trade in their interests.
If you ignore the needs of the public when designing trade deals, you end up with political backlash. Not because the public are stupid and uninformed, as Tobias from The West Wing or 1990s Paul Krugman would have thought, but because cheerleaders for free trade have missed key information about trade deals. As Nat Dyer points out, some of the Seattle protesters depicted in The West Wing actually had pretty sophisticated critiques of trade deals which are somehow never acknowledged.
For the organisers of the Seattle gathering, such as American trade lawyer and campaigner Laurie Wallach, they were not protesting closer global ties themselves, but the specific set of rules and powers shaping that integration.
Right, that's like generally speaking the main arguments that I have made as well. It's not the like, because I've mentioned this before. It's like free trade is like fine and all that. Like it's the main sort of force that's essentially making it such that no one's blowing each other up with fucking guns right now, because otherwise everyone would be blowing each other up with fucking guns right now. It's helping to maintain in the current capitalist paradigm that we find ourselves under some form of stability and modicum of peace. So it's good in that sort of respect. The main problem with free trade specifically is the fact that it is geared towards benefiting one set of individuals above all else. The fucking rich. And that's the main fucking problem. And I don't know if it's like correct to say that Trump has come to that realization quite yet, because I don't think so. He's essentially trying to, I think, kick it basically into overdrive and just be like, well, if we just kick down the door and just get rid of everything and try to make it everything beneficial for the American people, well, that means maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to fix all the problems with like free trade and everything by just essentially like bringing it back to a sort of baseline state. I'm trying to think of like what the best way to describe this is. Yeah, let's go with like a baseline state where it's just like gunboat diplomacy. People are forced to have to like work more within their own domestic sort of base and everything. Because here's the thing, in terms of like domestic economy with the United States of America, that's not a problem for them. In terms of like a consumptive sort of, I guess, basis for the United States of America, they very much so love to consume. Americans love to consume they fucking cheap goods. They love that shit. They love it. 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 And they will constantly just consume a ton of just, well, they'll just consume products. They'll just consume shit for the sake of fucking consumption, right? We've talked about this before. Like, if you were to take away all of the like little treats of Americans, they cheap goods, they probably would have some fucking problems here, and that's like a broader sort of benefit of like fucking free trade in that particular respect, at the cost of them not being able to have a lot of fucking jobs and shit like that, yada yada yada. But that's like kind of the, I guess, calculus a lot of these corporations and like a lot of economists have decided to make, like, well, you know, if a bunch of people have to suffer the consequences of not being able to put food on the table, but hey, that means they can get some real fucking cheap goods, so fuck it, who gives a shit about any of that? Then that is perfectly a-okay. This is a justifiable fucking system. There can't be any real problems with this whatsoever. And because of a lot of how these treaties, I guess, if you can call them that, were written to benefit a certain political elite and capitalist sort of minority of individuals, you're telling me that if you have the corporations be the main guys writing all the fucking goddamn treaties, there might be some fucking adverse effects and consequences to that, where a lot of people are going to suffer as a result of these, well, honestly, for like lack of a better term, these incredibly fucking greedy assholes rigging all the rules and everything in their own sort of favor. No. Not in my hecking wholesome Marino, capitalist Marino, economy Marino. No, that's not supposed to fucking happen. And it's now essentially created the fucking position that we find ourselves in right now, where it's, well, I guess like the sort of inevitable conclusion of just like the extreme laissez-faire fucking system where people are just like, yeah, we're just gonna go back to just playing politics with trade and just doing a bunch of fuck shit. Who gives a shit about any of this stuff? We're just gonna like do whatever so we can just try to like fucking benefit. And if everyone fucking suffers the consequences of it, it's okay. If it's gonna be in the fucking short term, who gives a shit? We'll probably be okay once we actually develop our own sort of like domestic manufacturing hubs and whatnot. Even though, like, for a lot of these states, like I mentioned before, the thing with America is it has the base of people who will consume, right? They will consume they sloppy toppy and whatnot. Like, they don't give a shit, right? Like a lot of Americans, they will consume, and they will have their cheap goods and just not do away with, but just like have their like cheap goods that they all want, yada yada yada. And because of just how strong the fucking U.S. economy is, but Trump trying to bring that all back home when all the stuff has been essentially sent overseas and none of the policy done necessary to help incentivize any of that, it makes it such that you're trying to have like one thing when you're not doing any of the necessary steps necessary to in order to build that ultimate goal. What I'm essentially saying here is that this shit has been incredibly fucking scatterbrained from the United States of America because of this, essentially this like complete utter embrace of free economic like trade, no consequences, no hold bars. Just like, dude, if we just keep like trading with one another, then like we'll totally just come out okay. There's not going to be any problems or consequences whatsoever in terms of any of these policies. I will be totally fine. And guys, we're starting to see a lot of the fucking consequences of our fucking actions right now. And it's all starting to rear its fucking ugly head right now. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's just like, So what you're saying is basically we are stuck in a complete shit show of our own making because of a bunch of like greedy assholes essentially taking power for themselves, and the effective destruction and reduction of a lot of like and this is all stuff that I've mentioned before, of a lot of like I was trying to think of where I'm going with this point. A destruction of a lot of like labor's power and whatnot has made it such that a lot of it's like more difficult than ever for people to be able to fucking participate in the like real fucking economy. I mean, it's a thing that I've mentioned before, right? Because of like all the speculative, well, for lack of a better term, fucking bullshit that's going on consistently. It's like harder than ever for people to be actually able to participate in the real world fucking economy, for lack of a better term, because it's been essentially, I wanted to like say fucking subverted. I don't think that's exactly true. It's essentially been fucking hollowed out and made to only benefit a very, very small few of people, generally speaking. So yeah, guys, it turns out that giving all control to a lot of the capitalists and corporations and the rich might have actually been kind of a bad thing for not only general politics, but also for fucking free trade. Guys, I think the bourgeoisie might be kind of bad, guys.
Alternative paths of globalization were possible, they argued, and the mandate for the WTO, despite its name, went far beyond trade. Negotiators were considering how national laws or rules about how products were manufactured or sold might impede trade. These non-tariff barriers might relate to domestic food safety, to environment and product safety rules, financial regulations, investment policy, patent and copyright rules, and more. The new agreements established by the WTO were, Wallach said, 800 plus pages of one-size-fits-all rules. These rules could be used to challenge national laws as, quote, illegal trade barriers.
Yeah, that's not good, right? Because there is no one size fits all for like nation states. They always have their own fucking goddamn interests, right? It's a like a thing that's been said before by I think Bell of the fucking Fifth Column, saying like, yeah, no country are friends with one another. The countries only have interests with one another. Like that's it. They have interests. No one is fucking friends with each other, generally speaking. So it's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad, dude. Because of a lot of the economists because they're like technocrats and they think they're smarter than everyone. Like, unironically, they all think they're smarter than everyone, thinking like, oh, guys, like, no one's gonna like hecking act out in like any sort of like human way at all whatsoever. We can just like do laissez-faire, a technocratic free trade, and nothing could possibly go wrong from any of this stuff. And then everything starts to go wrong because of it, and now we have to pick up the pieces for it. Very, very cool.
The closed-door WTO tribunal.
They weren't anti-trade as such. They were pro-democracy. That's why they literally had signs showing democracy pointing one way and the World Trade Organization pointing another. Naturally, this baffled observers such as Paul Krugman, who believed that they were driven by leftist mythology and that the WTO was a bizarre target. Perhaps he should have spent more time reading the actual trade agreements and less time explaining comparative advantage. Krugman has apologised for some of this, but as historian Adam Tooze has noted, he was the policeman of orthodoxy in the 1990s. If we are to move forward with a globalised economy, which I will reiterate is both desirable and unavoidable, we need to abandon the idea of free trade and begin to understand commercial trade as one part of a series of interlocking alliances and agreements.
Guys, we might just need to get along with each other. Maybe that's what we need to do, and not be in such competition with one another.
It's because a lot of people still associate authoritarian USSR with the left. Dude, the fucking USSR and its fucking consequences will haunt us for generations to come.
Arguably, most politicians, negotiators, and diplomats on the ground have long understood this, because they've been forced to. But our commentary and analysis rarely has. For too long, misleading fables like comparative advantage have let people become cheerleaders for free trade without truly understanding its history or its present. These models can be useful for narrow insights, but they are never a good guide to policy in the real world and should not be treated as such. The WTO's website devotes plenty of space to explaining comparative advantage rather than the actual details of trade deals.
Politics isn't just a negative thing either. This is why I've always been a supporter of the EU, despite its flaws. In a continent that has historically been at war with itself, having countries come together to negotiate politics, economics, and foreign policy is incredible. The trade within the EU includes harmonisation of regulations and compensation for poorer areas that are hurt by trade. These all help to manage trade in the democratic interest. The EU has achieved remarkable things from a political...
This is a really good fucking point. Yeah, that's so good. Yeah, I probably should have thought, like, yeah, the EU basically helps manage this quite often, right? Where they're just like, dude, instead of like, I don't know, being complete assholes to one another, how about we try to cooperate with each other instead and not make everything worse for everybody involved and not be constantly at war with one another consistently. Yeah, you know, it's just some food for thought.
Perspective. After the UK left, our cost of living crisis was worse because of Brexit. So don't underestimate the benefits of the economy either. It does matter. As the scholar Charmaine Schuer observed, ports and naval power were always a centrepiece of economic history. In the days of the Methuen Treaty, ports used to be in the centre of London, but today, like this one, they are outside of cities and rendered less visible, and they won't even let us in to film closer to them. This doesn't change their significance. They still carry 80% of global trade. But it's a good metaphor for how our ideas about trade have moved from it being an integral part of politics and society to being deemed neutral and disconnected from broader considerations. Thus, it is the idea of free trade that is dead. We should stop calling it free trade. I used to call them trade deals, but I actually prefer Nat Dyer's idea of treaties. Commerce is just one aspect of international relations, and the word treaty communicates that succinctly. Of course, such a minor pedantic change in language is not enough.
As far as specific policies go, international institutions like the WTO should not be dominated by Western countries, let alone by multinational corporations within those countries. They should be directly democratic, and crucially, all countries should have an equal seat at the table. They may do so formally.
Similar like the United Nations, right? That's like the only way to prevent a lot of these fucking smaller countries from being exploited from Western powers, right? Gotta have everyone have a seat at the fucking table. If we want to all get along, I've said this before, you want people to get along. Everyone needs to be able to participate within the broader economy, and everyone needs to be able to participate within the broader world, and this will reduce a lot of fucking tensions. But unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people are very interested in that
right now, but in practice, money and power mean that the wealthy interests have outsized influence. One desirable consequence of changing this, which is also an end in itself, would be to weaken or abolish some of the agreements surrounding financial services, intellectual property, and the investor-state dispute mechanism. Domestic policies that protect workers one way or another are also indispensable.
On the other hand, if we stopped using the term free trade, it might help more than you think. You'd be surprised how deep the language we use can go. After all, Portugal. Port? Import?
Port? Makes you think. Hey everyone, hope you enjoyed the video. Haha, back to UE.
Very, very good. Very good, fantastic. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff there to cover. Guys, it turns out that if you make treaties only beneficial to the corporations and the rich, that it's actually kind of a bad thing, and that it's kind of a terrible thing that is the case. Who would have thought that such a thing could be possible? you know, I'm being a little, I was going to say facetious. I'm being a little simplistic here. But yeah, overall, pretty solid, good video there by Unlearning Economics, talking about how the concept, the idea of free trade is essentially that, well, basically it's fucking dead. It always has been dead. And that the idea only of nations have always had fucking interests, not friends. Nobody is fucking friends with one another, especially considering the current format of the economy that we find ourselves under. Nobody has any fucking friends with one another. There's only one thing that speaks and only one thing that fundamentally matters when it comes to all of these like differing like corporations and whatnot, and that is their fucking interests. That is it. The only thing that ultimately has any say anywhere is the fact that a lot of these like corporations, a lot of the rich, only care about one thing and one thing only fundamentally, and that is how can we advance our own interests ahead of literally everyone else. That, of course, for the corporations being how can we make more profit for ourselves and our fucking shareholders, and how for like the state, how can we control and consolidate more of the world so that our corporations and our guys, generally speaking, can benefit way more in comparison to everyone else in the world. So it's all just it's all sort of generally speaking a thing where it's all been essentially subverted by corporations and the rich. Guys, it turns out that the capitalist economy might be kind of bad and has caused a lot of adverse fucking consequences for people to generally speaking, well, that they could generally speaking live in. And it turns out that capitalism is actually kind of bad, guys, and creates a lot of inequitable fucking solutions for these problems. Like I've said before, free trade, generally speaking, it is a good thing if it's not controlled by the corporations and the rich. And unfortunately, given the current people that are in power, that are trying to self-isolate themselves, which is a bad thing. Like, I don't think it's a good thing right now. Because it generally means that people are not willing to cooperate with one another, which makes it such that there is a more than likely going to be more competition with a lot of other like smaller countries that are going to have to bear the brunt. They're like proxy wars and whatnot. Some might say that it's a bit of a cold war, and people are going to start fighting with one another and not cooperating with each other instead. And a lot of it is because of the main people that a lot of these sort of trade relations is meant to serve. It's the corporations and the fucking rich being the main problems here. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides, guys, I think corporations might be kind of bad guys, and that free trade, the idea that currently exists and the way it has existed in the past, might be kind of dead because it's been essentially subverted by a bunch of really rich assholes at the top. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. Nice meme. Didn't really say as much. Guys, did you know that capitalism's kind of bad? No. I can't believe that my heckin' leftorino deuterino says that corporations are kind of bad. No. Can't believe it. Inconceivable. It's crazy, I know. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? Knees weak, balls are itchy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Arms are itchy. Yeah, their dudes have been deployed, right? In Charlotte's now? In Charlotte? Mm-hmm. That's the next place they're going. That's funny. I just saw something that was very funny. Don't worry about it. Don't ask. Our rating out. That's not how you spell that name, idiot. Stupid. Why don't we rate out to Usahole? Let's rate out to them. Why not? Fuck it. Raid messages. Gamers, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transcribe with the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're not sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid. That's how we show appreciation to those 13 keys. Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And, I don't know, it's just gonna be more of the same old, right? Continuing with more and more of the same. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Factorio and whatnot. That's more of the same. Yeah. You know what I mean. Shut up. I will be back tomorrow, though. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.